Hello everybody, welcome back to the channel and welcome to some more ACC. We're getting our LFM rank sorted so we can do some overly long races in GT3 cars. That's where the fun is these days. Don't question it. We've got to do went Vietnamese there. We'll do some Watkins Glen. Next race is in 18 minutes. Hello Slaphead, how's it going, man? How you doing? I might try the new Porsche this time. We did the Ferrari, we've done the McLaren. Now let's try the Porsche 992 GT3R 2023. Let's see how that goes. Sign me up. Hope it's in the daytime this time. Hello, Matiki Muppets. How's it going, man? How you doing? Very wise choice. Playing another inferior game. Oh no. I play all the Sims. I'm a glutton for sim punishment. Hello Exhauster, how's it going, man? Exhausted. Still week 13 over on iRacing at the moment. Right, we've got to get this new Ferrari, the new Porsche. So far, I think the new Ferrari is the best one. This McLaren was really boring to drive. It just wasn't fun. Not nice and easy to drive, but didn't enjoy it. Boots and pants. How's it going, man? Tell you what, bloody it's so hot. I'm in my shorts. I'm in my cycle shorts. So the only shorts I've got that are really thin. Bloody boiling here. Got aircon on as well. Quite nice though. I quite like warm weather. Apart from sleeping. Get the McLaren rim on it. Nice rim this. Oh look, it's groin cam. If only I was a hot lady. No, it's really nice. Oh, the illusion of the smart shirt has failed now. This is the best value wheel rim that Fanatec do. More, all the punditry. Oh, my wrists are hurting. Don't say it. Don't say it. Whenever I get these fatigue issues, I always end up with my joints aching, my knees, my wrists, my like ankles, and I have a headache. This is definitely chronic fatigue. So my body's just like, how dare you do something mildly active for 3 days in a row? Well, what we're going to do now is we're going to make you ache all over as if you've got flu, but you don't have flu. But hey, I don't care. I'll ignore my body. Best sim for multiplayer isn't iRacing. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Ribba. Ribba is in the house. Ribba is here to stay. Ribber like some ribbed. Ribbity, 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 ribbed. Like a frog on a stone by a summer pond. Ribbity, ribbity, rib, rib, rib. Ribbity, 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 ribbit. Ribbity, ribbity, rib, 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 ribbity, ribbity, ribbit. Waiting by the pond for a mayfly to eat. Ribber's regretted. Why are you waiting for a mayfly in June? Wrong time of year, mate. Can you show us a 240 the doors in the alternate universe? 240 Spa hot lap? I don't know. I'm not going to show you anything. I can show you the new Ferrari, the new Porsche. Right, this is what I was saying. Look at the LED lights on this. They look even crazier in real life. Ribbity ribbit for your pleasure. What colour should we go for, guys? I'm thinking we should change it. Like, we'll keep it blue. This is a really nice matte wrap. Is a nice. I think wraps look nice on cars. I always think that on a race car though, a wrap is going to get like mashed up pretty quick. This has downplanes on it here. It's surprising that these actually produce quite a lot of downforce. You wouldn't think it. Props to Ferrari, yeah. Congratulations, they didn't do a stupid strat. High skill from Ferrari for a change. Exotic mushrooms. Ain't no exotic mushrooms here. Right. We are registered. We have a practice server. Well, Ferrari just waited 50 years, didn't they, to win the 100th? They were like, oh, we haven't won for a while. When do I start racing? In like 10 minutes, mate. You need to be patient. You need to wait a bit. You can't expect to drive all day long. You shit. Sim racing, he is impatient. Sim racing, he's an impatient. Sim racing, he's got a disease. It's called being unable to wait 5 minutes for something to happen. They kept saying we are entering the golden age of racing. No, we're not. We left that like a decade ago. The golden age of racing is the worst age of racing. This is the worst. This is the worst timeline of racing. Even from race drivers' perspective, we've entered into maximal wealth disparity racing. It's literally the worst era of racing. We're currently in the worst era of sim racing as well. I'm sorry. Top agree with me in chat if you know I'm correct. It comes in cycles. Well, this cycle's been lasting a long time. LFMP. Yeah, it's a good point. I was typing it. I was looking for practice servers yesterday and then none came up. Watkins Glen, here we go. We could just join this. F. Yeah, I mean, come on. The golden era of motorsport will be when they do affordable go-karting. So for £30 you could turn up at a go-kart track and do a race, and then win a prize to allow you to keep racing. That will be the golden era of motorsport. Until that point, no. Or like if you could enter into a big motorsport event with a median salary, then you know you literally have to be like mental, like you have to be like a C-list star, or like an ex-Formula 1 driver with you have to come from a family that has millions of pounds worth of savings just to entertain doing like Formula F4. You need to be in a family that owns multiple properties if you're going to do Formula Ford. so it's really like, you know, the nice thing is that you can in theory make it from sim racing occasionally with competitions into motorsport without being a millionaire. But even then, most of the drivers that have gone from sim racing to real motorsport were rich to start with. Like, they did go-karting from a young age. The only like super duper talented sim racer I can think of that I don't think is actually rich, like James Baldwin, I don't think is like stupid rich or anything. Like I think he's pretty normal. He probably did go-karting though, I don't know. Igor Fraga did like he wasn't rich, but he did lots of go-karting when he was younger. You know, James Hunt was able to like have like £300,000 or something of today's money and get into Formula 1. I think it was less than that. He sold a business or something, or he had put all his savings together. If you did that now, you might just about get a drive in in some like low series with no potential future. Yeah, Desert. Yeah, there are a few examples. That's the only those are the only things I can think of where someone legit. Not that the people, just because you're rich doesn't mean that like it doesn't still take hard work. I'm not going to go at. It's not no fault of someone to be born into wealth, but I'm just saying it's not accessible to people not born into wealth. Nothing wrong with being. There's nothing inherently wrong with being rich. Like I have quite a few friends that are very rich, but the thing that's wrong is something not being accessible due to someone not just being poor, like through no fault of their own. Or not even poor, just being middle class. How dare you be middle class? Filthy middle class peasants. We get to drive in the day now, that's nice. Is this illegal, driving a Porsche with a McLaren wheel? Is this criminal? Does this not? Yeah, well, but there's scales of it. Some people have were literally like massaged into it, you know. So there's scales of it. Well, life is pay to win, isn't it? So life is also, it's rigged for like if you're good looking. This is you know, obviously for me this has been a real. It's made things with me being so beautiful. It's made life really easy. The people that are ugly, life's really hard. I keep forgetting that. With me being so just downright sexy, I forget how hard it is for people that aren't. You know. If you were to do a survey of the sexiest sim racers, Random Call Sign would be first. I'd be second. Oh, no, Jimmy Broadbent's pretty sexy. Shit. He's got hair as well. Oh, Super GT's pretty trim. Wow. I'm representing the Boldies. Random call sign's got the exotic European. Holy shit balls. Well, that was interesting. It's got the European look. Bold's best. Bold's best. Well, anyone can join LFM. Less wind resistance. I have to learn the narrow window for this car here. Hello Matt, how's it going? Forest grumpy? How can you be grumpy in a forest? Oh. God, this grip is on and off in this car. Go through, matey. I'm still learning what I can and can't do with this. The Ferrari, the new Ferrari definitely seemed like the best out of the cars. I don't think we're getting to the end of the race. We ain't getting to the end of the race in this Porsche. This Porsche just wants to, like, trip over itself. It does. It'd make it a lot better. I like Porsches, but ACC doesn't have very good force feedback, so I think it makes it a lot harder to get the most out of them. Also, it's not got it's not got a balance limit on it. It's either in grip or in a slip that's not balanced. So all the cars are like that in ACC. It's a bit weird. We'll get okay. We'll get up to speed with this. It's gonna be absolute carnage. You have to drive this like iRacing for sure. This Porsche actually have to drive very much like iRacing. It's like a slightly more forgiving iRacing. I don't know if a Porsche's fast around here. I think so. We've got to do the rookie race again because I got banned at the beginning of the year. So they deleted all my progress. You should watch the video on how I got banned. It was the most ridiculous thing ever. Are you backseat driving me? Mate, you come back with 5k I rating and then backseat drive me. You get that's for backseat driving. I don't think I've driven this track in AC1. Five IQ. Well, funny enough, if you've just jumped into a car you've never driven before, on a track you've never driven before, you're probably going to be a little bit off the pace. So dumb. So dumb. Whilst also reading chat and talking. So, that's alright. This is I know Watkins Glen, but this is another simulator. So every simulator requires a different approach of driving. Like, I know which corner's coming up. I know the general lines, but in terms of going quickly, you have to know where the limit of each tire model is, especially in sims that don't have force feedback for the limit. So, you know, just like iRacing, you basically just have to go through a process of gradually getting faster. Well, clearly I'm on the limit, or near the car's slide. Jesus Christ. What is wrong with people? Thanks for subscribing. You do know... Okay, I'll explain what the limit is. So, well, we'll have to go through this. Thanks, Garrett, for subscribing. There's being fast around a track, right? But there's a limit in terms of if you're sliding or not. That's where the limit of grip is. You could be driving really slow and going over the limit. We just got like fanboys coming in here. The limit is holding the steering wheel. Unlimited power. Jesus Christ, like fanboys of Sims are just the worst. We're not racing, we're in a practice server. We're just going to join the actual race server. Pedal travel limit. Oh my god, like people that are so confidently, like, they're confidently completely unaware. How do you drive with 100 degrees of rotation? Easy, you memorize the inputs in the same way that you can drive with a keyboard or a mouse. You could just move the steering wheel less if you want to. I actually like to drive with 30 degrees of rotation. So I think that's the optimal. You know what? It really triggers iRacers as well, which is pretty funny. Les Paul on knowledge. Yes, you're right. How can people... it is mental how... just how, like, confident people are in their views. It's crazy. No, Maeve, they don't. It's like brakes. It's like brakes. They have to be rock solid in every single car. Have to be brake. If you've ever, obviously, because I saw a Top Gear episode and I saw Formula One did a little piece once, and it had a hard brake. I saw a YouTuber, Paul Ricard, in a Formula One car, and they said the brake was really stiff. So all race cars have stiff brakes. I'm not even attacking ACC. I'm being attacked. I'm going to get my fish out in a minute. I'm on the default. Oh, did I even select the setup here? I think I did. This is the aggressive default. What do I play competitively? I don't play anything competitively because I just don't. I play for fun. It's fine to be confident about a view you know that's right. That's true, but it's hilarious how wrong people are about force feedback, FOV, brake stiffness, car physics. Like, it's hilarious. Like, it's mental. I'm not whinging about anything. How do I know I'm right? About what specifically? Hello, Niels. So, it's a valid question. How do I know I'm right on what I talk about? What makes me have more or less confidence in what I'm saying? So, when it comes to force feedback, what makes me have a good degree of confidence is that I have a good division between knowing what is subjectively my subjective preference for force feedback, and then I have a good degree of knowledge of what's like objectively more or less detailed in terms of a signal, and then also like what's, you know, also I know what's literally comes out of various cars. I've set up wheels for real, like, professional race drivers based off their feedback of them wanting certain things, and I've driven multiple real cars. I know I've played every single driving simulator, and when I test the simulators, I go through a whole bunch of literal settings, completely out there, abstract settings. I mess around with stuff, so I feel like I have a reasonable amount of confidence in terms of what does what, why it does it, what's probably literally correct, what's probably abstractly correct for me, or what could be useful for getting a certain result out of a game. So that makes me reasonably confident with that. Whereas a lot of the people that get obsessed with FOV, force feedback settings, wheel rotation, what you'll find is that they don't have 25 years of sim racing experience, and maybe haven't set stuff up for other people with completely different preferences to themselves. Like, you know, so it's so I have confidence in that I know what's my preferences, and I know what other people's preferences are, and I know what causes certain results and why. So that gives me a reasonable amount of confidence in something. Here we go, been there, done that. No, I think I gave a pretty reasonable explanation as to why I'm confident. So with FOV, for example, I've got 5 VR headsets. I've got 3 55-inch OLED screens. I've also got an ultra wide on another sim rig behind me, and I've used projector systems. And going back to like I almost did a degree on virtual reality display systems. and then I've used like just about every single type of display, and I've been in like cars with screens in them. And ultimately, I know that field of view, like, sure, you can set a field of view up to a certain value that's mathematically correct in some way, but it's still going to be abstract. So when it comes to field of view, I know that there's a literal way to set it up. I know there's a way that might subjectively be better for a certain person. I know that some visual settings will be more comfortable for people with motion sickness. I know some people might like even lower field of view because it makes car rotation more noticeable. So how do I have confidence in what I say about field of view? Because I know all the different aspects of it and the reasons why you would or wouldn't want to do something. Hang on. Where's this come from? These people just come into the chat out of the blue to like have a go at me. Makes no sense to drive with 90 degrees rotation. As Kendra, in a real car you have actual forces on your body. Also, you'd be surprised, modern fighter jets actually use joysticks that use a load cell and they don't move at all. Because actually, the human body is better at doing like force amounts for input rather than position. Now that's why you also use like load cell brakes in many ways. But there's no reason why that couldn't actually work for a steering wheel as well. So there's no real objective reason to have a lot of input. If you're able to be smooth with your input, regardless of the rotation or the sensitivity, if you're able to be smooth with it, and get the desired result you want, that's what matters. Latching onto a certain value arbitrarily. Now I can tell you, if you run incorrect steering rotation for a sim, it can cause issues with force feedback. It will compact the force feedback into a smaller zone. You can find the force feedback tripping over itself. No, so if you run wider rotation, what it will do is it will widen the range of force feedback. so it will make it more progressively feeling in force feedback. But if you can already detect the force feedback signal that's inherent to the game in a wide range or a short range, then it doesn't really matter either way. But again, like, it doesn't matter, like Why do you guys keep on insist like? Because I know why. Because I've never been pretentious. It's exactly the same with the force feedback people, the FOV people. I'm just trying out this Porsche here. I don't know where these. Is it the title? Did I call GT3 cars boring? That's maybe what it was. It's probably my fault. This is the LFM server. It's so weird, like fanboys though, of like iRacing fanboys are the same. So weird. iRacing fanboys will like be blue in the face telling you that the tyre model is correct at the limit when it's patently not. This is LFM. So you need to get an account on there. I'm not very good with this Porsche. Much better at driving the. I found the McLaren was easy to drive, and the Ferrari I think was the easiest out of all of them. The McLaren was really boring to drive. Yeah, I've been going through the cars. But yeah, I do find it weird people pop into chat and it's like... it's like, at this point in time, I would struggle. I think there's probably... It's less likely that there's... In terms of someone that spent time messing around with settings and different sims, I'm probably up there of people that have messed around with these things. So it's just weird. It was like I get so much grief from iRacers, and then weirdly, as soon as I get 5k I rating, they all shut up straight away. Even though my skill has not changed in the slightest. I developed all my sim racing skill on Live for Speed SO City servers. Oh, I'm so slow into that corner of this car. I don't trust the rear. And my rear tyres are overheating, which is weird. I mean, the physics feel messed up on this car, to be honest. No, it's not on braking. It's like it's either under the limit or over the limit. There's no. It doesn't have combined slip. I'm not. It's not going my. I'm not going my own way, slaphead. Weirdly, my views are not... When I talk to actual race drivers, what I say is not really controversial. It's sim racers have a weird stick up their arse. Right. I can't drive this to save my life, this car. We're cooking the rear left. Yeah, well, this is the thing. This is something a lot of sim racers don't understand, is that a real driver often just jumps into a car and drives based off what they can feel and what's going on. They don't necessarily know the reasons or even care. But I mean, Dave Perel, literally, not even joking, likes Gran Turismo. He likes this as well. But he genuinely likes Gran Turismo. You know, and there's nothing wrong with that. But how many sim racers genuinely like Gran Turismo? I don't know how much feel. I don't know. This doesn't matter. I don't really like this car. I think the Ferrari was a lot better. This will just be like survival. We're totally gonna spin it. This car is just so binary at the limit. You must have fun in the correct way. Yeah. I think it is. I normally like Porsches because I like driving with lift-off oversteer. Oh yeah, change my brakes to 1. Why would they not set that as a default? Oh yeah, I guess if you're doing longer races. So like the Porsches in race room, AC1. I mean, even I don't like how they are now racing, but generally speaking, like I like the way that you drive by. You go into the corner and sort of hug the inside, and then you lift off, and that turns the back more. I like that lift off oversteer driving. Only really Porsches. Some of the Lotuses drive a bit like that. Who's the first person to type in chat where the engine's located? Get ready. Get ready for engine. Right, this is going to be go awful, but that's fine. I'm slowing down too much through T1. I think I just need to take completely different lines with this car. Look at the small wing on this vehicle. Yeah, last time I played Gran Turismo 7, my big problem with it is more like the lack of camera options. You have to run it 16:9. It has V-Sync turned on, you can't turn it off. Stuff like that, which I thought was like, in my mind, I thought we kind of got those kind of things sorted out in the 90s, but apparently not. Apparently we're still not allowed to move the camera or have filtering. Like every sim should have iRacing style camera filter. It's like, why wouldn't you? So obvious. iRacing's been out for 10 years, but Race Room's updated its force feedback in the beta. It's quite nice. Oh, sorry. He slowed down from hitting the car in front of him. That's only a little tap. Hello, Andy Mon. How's it going? I'll get ready for flying cars. Oh, he's pulled over. There we go. It seems like maybe with this setup, the suspension could. I think it might be this setup actually. The suspension seems a bit bouncy. Yeah, I think the default aggressive setup's maybe not very good. Okay, that's a really strange place to plough someone. Guess the car in front must have dabbed their brake and caught him out. I haven't. Hello, Miguel, as well. To be honest, I don't like iRacing's tyre model really. So until they change that, I can't really enjoy anything in it. But the Formula Ford, I've got used to. To be honest, the process of iRacing is the same as ACC. It's Guitar Hero. There is like a degree of like analogness to it, but at the crux of it, it is replicate this exact procedure. It's not balance. It's try and get as close as possible to an exact procedure. That both iRacing and ACC drive like that. So it doesn't really matter what car you're driving. It's like, oh, it's a faster or slower car where you have to do a Guitar Hero process. So iRacing much better now. Yes, every update. Sorry with AMS too. Every update, game changing. It's like, well, yeah, but the tyre model's still the same, so the fundamental drive is the same. Which, if you like it, is fine, but right. So what you generally always in the wall? What? Okay. Hello. Can we squeeze through that? No, he's going to keep rolling. May I suggest, guys, that if you're spinning and sliding... Oh, we're fine. Put your brake on, and then people can actually drive around you. He did not need to drive in. He did not need to close that gap in the wall there. Yeah, well, I think people latch onto different things, Niels, to be honest. I think that's what it is that also I think the vast majority of sim racers do not drive at the limit. They're approaching it like a process. Therefore, if a car is faster or slower or has a slightly different line to it, it's then a different process, and therefore, oh, it's a massive change. It's like, but you know, it's good for marketing though. Please don't pin me. I think we might have a little bit of damage from going around the edge there. I do like how ACC has really forgiving damage, which is nice. Yeah, no, iRacing is an amazing training tool. Honestly, I really need to make a video about this. iRacing is by far the best training tool for real driving, sim racing, anything. And it's specifically because of its massively unforgiving tyres and hypersensitivity to like input on the brake and stuff. And to do okay in iRacing, you have to be hyper aware to an absurd level. Like in no way would you have to be that aware in any real car of your inputs. It'd be impossible in a real car anyway. Like the vibrations, the noise, the random shit, you can't be that precise in a real car. So it's iRacing's great. Like, so driving this now, ACC, like, I know that you can bump into the cars, not much will happen. You can slide in the grip returns, which it doesn't in iRacing. So this is like so low stress. And to be honest, if I went before I drove real cars at all, I hadn't really played much iRacing. But iRacing is way more stressful than any real car I've ever driven. Like, no real car spontaneously, that's the word I'm looking for, just insta-bings you, unless it was like some, you know, unless you were like on some like super aggressive race setup, or, you know what I mean, or it's some like, well, modern Formula 1 cars I think are terrible, but like no like normal average race car set up for normal people, or even for racing. Like, take the MX-5 for example in iRacing, even that's like brutal compared to like any real normal car. He's gonna pin me. No he's not. Okay, we're alright. I thought I'd back out of that just in case. Good move by him. Exactly, but to be fair, that extra stress that you get from iRacing does in some ways make it more immersive, and it does make up for the fact that, you know, in games it's less stressful generally, you know. Do you know what, I'm not getting on the throttle aggressive enough with this car. I just don't trust how this car handles when it starts to slide. It's like grip. Oh, now we're in a slide that you can catch, but it's not of any use. Like we need the rear to be looser so that it comes out more through that corner. Like maybe stiffer rear ARB or something. I think this default aggressive setup's not the best. Like this, they've actually the car's too tame. Yeah, the GT3's in Factor 2 seemed alright, I thought. But this car's just not fun to drive, so I won't drive this again. And I mean, maybe the Ferrari's okay. Like the McLaren was just boring, like so supremely dull to drive. This is just not fun. The limit's too binary. You're gonna plow me. But this is ACC, so it's okay. I wouldn't bother. iRacing GT3 is horrendous. Personally, for iRacing, the Formula Ford is good, as I say. The F4 car is full of like real F4 drivers and go-kart kids, so the voice chat's hilarious. That silly rotation making you slower. You don't even know what my rotation is on. That's what's funny as well. You can't actually see. I had like people making these comments before with iRacing, and they didn't know I had my wheel at like 900 in the game. Like I was running like not sensitive rotation, but they just, because I'd done it in the past. Also, they don't realise you can change the steering sensitivity in the game, you know, like the steering lock, right, in the car setup, so you can run fast or slow steering. Also, it would be irrelevant. The issue would be, this is why it's such a dumb thing to say. The issue would be is if the driver is accidentally turning the steering wheel too much, which would cause the issue. But the point of like, the point is that the driver knows how much they're turning the wheel, so it's like, yeah, it would be more or less sensitive. Yeah, that's the problem. Exactly, that's the problem with force feedback for me. I tell you, mate, what on earth was that? That's absurd. What was that? I mean, he could have gone to the inside. Was he just like blind? That is like the most ridiculous driving into someone. Like, did he just try and hot lap the corner with my car there? That was really weird. He's just like, oh, I will just turn in anyway. This is a rookie race, yeah. I can't drive this Porsche, so we'll do a different car afterwards. You literally just have to drive off visuals in it with this car and rote memorization, which I'm not interested in. Yeah, you can brake with either foot. It doesn't matter. Just it's fine. So most sim racers are so far off the pace. Yeah, I drove the no, not the the McLaren. Not, are you saying Mercedes? Yeah, just driving with one right foot. Maybe put your pedals closer together as well could be nice. If I'm shifting with a manual car, with the old vintage cars, I'll use my left foot to brake through the corners to like sort of keep the car on the inside of the corner. It's probably not a fast way of driving. It's fun. Yeah, but the thing is, you will be at a disadvantage for iRacing. Because if you lose control of the car, you push the brake and the accelerator at the same time, and that stabilises the car and recover it from just about every slide, which in fairness isn't necessarily unrealistic. It's not healthy for cars, but supposedly it's the equivalent of like putting the brake bias all the way to the front instantaneously. That's the best explanation I've had. So like, because you're putting the brake on, but you're putting power in, so the rear wheels aren't getting as much brake as the front wheels. So it's like a really bad way of giving the car like maximum front brake bias. So it worked for Max Verstappen in the wet. I can't imagine the engine likes it. The thing is, though, you do it in iRacing for situations which in any other sim you would just counter steer. That's the problem. So it should be something that's like, you know, when you basically lost the car, like Max Verstappen's, was it Brazil, in the wet? You basically lost the car, so the car's at like a right angle. Well, what have you got to lose? But if the car's just in a little bit of slip, any real vehicle, unless, you know, in good conditions with tyres that aren't wrecked, you just counter steer. Why's this guy flashing me? Oh, he's blue. I think I've got a little bit of damage here because my steering's a bit wonky. Having guns on the car. Yeah, well, we need more games like that. Don't know what happened. Go bowling! Oh, that's what happened at the start of the race, so... Why is he flashing lights at me? Let's race his back marker. Go for it. Here we go, back marker race 2020, whatever. Oh, why are you braking? Is that brake or is that lag? What? What on earth? He just like, maybe lifted. I don't know what he was doing. Oh no, the car behind's for position. Stop fanning around here. 2 minutes left in this car. I'll be glad to never drive this Porsche again. There is literally no force feedback range for the limit in this car. It's like grip, then the force feedback decreases for understeer, and that's it. It's mental. It's absolutely insane. There's no like zone of combined slip. It's like either you're sliding out or you're gripped. And when it is sliding out, it's not balanced at all. It's like a predefined power slide that was decided at the point of going into the corner. Very iRacing. Look at these chasing shadows. I keep trying to go faster, but the shadows are always faster than me. Right, we'll do the next race with the Ferrari. Give that another go. But see there, we were actually chronically understeering out of that corner. But if you hold a set angle on the wheel, right, see this, you can see the slip visually. There is no range in the force feedback there. You can, look, I'm on the throttle, like that rear, no force feedback range to it. It's like a binary, it's like clipped, it feels like clipped force feedback. It's crazy. People that like the force feedback in this have to be totally ignorant of the original AC. Or is this it? Right, we'll have to go back to the Ferrari, I think. Oh no, we've got one more lap. Food for thought. Thought food. Get that food and put it in the thought. So I think what it is this game has it has force feedback for the suspension compression, and that tugs on the wheel, and then people mistake that with thinking that it's got dynamic force feedback for the actual tyre slip. But all it is, as I say, it's like R Factor 2 does this as well. Yeah, I've got base shakers as well. So that all that does is the more slip you have, the more the shakers. The more you set it in SimUp, obviously the frequency. So you can know if you're sliding, but I mean I've said this so many times before, but the problem with vibration for understeer is it's great for immersion and actually can be quite realistic. Like if you've ever been in a road car on a racetrack and you push the fronts through a corner, the tyres tend to shake, which is a very specific feeling. You can literally replicate that using Dayton audio pucks. Also, even with slick tyres, there can be a bit it's no different. Like normally when you slide with slick tyres on a car, it's smoother in a weird way. But yeah, the problem is with using vibration is great. It's great for immersion, but you can't balance a car using vibration. Like you can't find a point. You need a sustained force, like G forces. You have a sustained force that you can feel, so you can feel like the actual slip curve of the tyre, or it'll be all 4 tyres and how the car's rotating. There's a specific force feeling in a real car where you know where the limit is through amount of rotation of the car, through like your body rotating, which is again like G loads, but then also lateral load. It's a sustained force, yeah. So vibrations can tell you that you are slipping, and that you're slipping a lot or not too much. But really, when you're balancing something, it's like if you ride a unicycle or something, you're like feeling, oh, am I leaning to the left a bit? I need to connect to the right. Do you know what I mean? If you're balancing on one foot, you feel like on the bottom of your foot. So you got in it. This is another thing people are really confused about. This is actually, I think, motorsports in general has got this completely wrong. Most people say drivers use their inner ear. I think that's bollocks. I don't think they do at all. This is definitely against the. This is people got confused, and I think there needs to be a study on this. Drivers are not using their inner ear to balance a car at all. What they're using is force loads on their entire body, because your inner ear is for like falling over like that and tilt, right? Which is what you're not using that in a race car. What you're using is loads and rotation, and the vibration, everything going on in a car doesn't use your inner ear. And another reason why I don't think you use your inner ear, I mean, you might use it a little bit, but like it's not the primary thing. I have like a weird inner ear condition. Like I have issues with balance and dizziness all the time. And I can drive a car perfectly fine and feel exactly what the car's doing and know completely what's going on. And I can ski, I can rollerblade, despite my head telling me, "Oh, you're falling over left, you're falling over right." It's like, no, I don't, you know. And the fact you can drive cars in AC from the force feedback without using your inner ear, so this inner ear thing's a load of bollocks that people have like made it up based off the fact that you use your inner ear for balance, and then they've confused that with balance in a car, and it's become a meme because I guess maybe one Formula 1 broadcaster said it once or something. So yeah, so anyway, yeah, that's why you need like some kind of range of force to balance. Oh yeah, as I said, if you're balancing on your foot on the floor, when you start falling over to the left, you can feel pressure on one part of your foot versus another part to know that more of your weight is going left, and then you can move your foot to then go, okay, I need to decrease the weight on this side of my foot to make it so that the weight is all in one place, and then you'll be upright. You're no longer falling over. A vibration would be very hard for you to like, oh, it's vibrating more on the left versus vibrating more on the right. It's not how you balance. Like, humans evolved to balance through sustained forces. But this is totally lost on most people. Change of movement? No. What do you mean? What do you mean by change of movement? It's not just for balance, but change of movement. A change of movement is acceleration. Again, you're feeling that through your whole body, and you don't need your inner ear for that. Like the fluid in your ear, you know how it works is like this fluid that's pushing on hairs is being absolutely pulverized if you're in a race car. The Indy cars spin in the pit lane. Oh yeah, where they're like crashing into each other. It's mental. Right, what do we try next? We're trying another. The drivers in IndyCar were crazy. Right. Gert, right. This is what's dumb. We were streaming. We were playing this last night, and we finished like 2nd and 4th or something because we were driving a car that's just easier to drive or whatever, or the default setup's fine. I don't get, right. You can't come into someone's live stream and just make like wild assumptions. You just don't, like, it's constant. It's absolutely it's like what it is. If I'm playing iRacing or ACC or anything and I'm driving, not doing too well in a given car, then there's people that come into chat that then go, the reason you're not driving well is because of this arbitrary thing which conforms with what I know to be right or wrong, or I think is right or wrong from my perspective. So I'm now going to type in chat the thing that I think from my perspective is right or wrong on your end. It's mental. It's so, like, such an assumptive way of thinking. It's crazy. It's so crazy. Oh dear. It's like a form of like weird confirmation bias. Again, so exactly this would happen all the time with iRacing, constantly in iRacing, right? And then weirdly, once I'd memorised the stupid way that you have to drive in iRacing, and we're winning multiple races or finishing in the top 5 in like F4, MX5, Formula Ford, suddenly, despite me not changing anything at all, these people were like, oh, wow, you're a good driver. It's like nothing changed. Just memorise the inputs. Oh, dear. What are you guys on about? Why? You guys are like a year old on this. Are you basing this on my complaints of iRacing like a year on ACC a year ago or something? Yeah, it's strange. It's so weird. There must be like a word for it. Let's do the Ferrari again. What? It's irrelevant. What do you want me to show you? You've completely missed the point. It's like when I'm playing Microsoft Flight Simulator with my force feedback joystick, and I say, "Oh, this aircraft is like this," and then, yeah, I don't know what it is. I honestly, like, I don't know what it is, Geoda. It's bizarre. Well, it's that, look, in fairness, if someone's running like super duper low steering rotor, I literally explained it to these people like a minute ago. If you run, it'll be if it's not a ratio. If you're not running a ratio with the simulator, you will end up with a desync between the force feedback and what's going on the wheel. And the smaller your steering, or even the tighter your steering in the game, or with a real car, the tighter the steering rack, if it's not got power steering, the more compacted the forces, because the wheels, when the wheels move and move the wheel, if the steering's faster, it will move the wheel quicker because it's faster. So the forces are compacted. So if you have a lower ratio or lower wheel input, it will make the forces wider. But if you're using an incorrect ratio, or it depends how a sim's programmed, you can have it where the force feedback, especially if you have stronger force feedback, will over... the car will the force feedback will be like pulling the wheel all over the place because it's desynced from the simulator, and there's a delay as force feedback goes through like USB stack and the inertia of the wheel, all this other stuff going on. Dave Smith, yeah, I said the new Ferrari's a lot better in that regard, but yeah, this is what I found, but. It's wheel rotate. They don't even know. They don't even know what I'm running. They don't even know. That's what, like these people come into chat when we've been driving stuff where I've been running like we were playing AC1, and I accidentally had a profile loaded from something else, and it was like really slow steering. I was driving it perfectly fine because in AC you can just adjust your input based off the force feedback, regardless of what's going on. Because you don't have to drive. It's not secretive. As I said, I always change my wheel rotation up and down depending on what I'm driving and how I feel. It's just irrelevant. That's the point. So I also have shoulder pain, and if I'm using different size wheel rims, if I'm using a larger wheel rim, sometimes I run faster steering so I don't have to move it as much. Sometimes I run slower. It's just literally irrelevant. That's the point. Well, why? I don't know. I don't know what it's on at the moment. It's probably on like 600 or something. But it's on 700 degrees rotation, and it'll be 900 in the game. I twiddle it on the fly, depending on the car, depending on what I'm doing. Especially when I'm trying different cars out for the first time, and I'm just having a feel of seeing what it's like. Yeah, but you're missing the point. It's irrelevant. I've just explained. Oh my goodness. My goodness. I've got a headache today, but this is actually quite funny, so look at this. I feel like having a pink Ferrari today. I don't know, Jay. No, but I don't care either way, mate. Right, this weird obsession is like, right, if someone, okay, when I played hockey, right, I played hockey, and I was struggling to skate, right, and my skating technique wasn't very good, and I would say, oh, these hockey skates I had, the wheels were not really good for the type of surface that we were skating on. Now, the other hockey players didn't go, or like vice versa. I can't even, that's like a crazy analogy because no one skates. I just don't know. At some point, if you're going to have to, like, if someone says, oh, this is how it is, I guess you could always just say, oh, they don't know what they're talking about, so I will keep throwing stuff at them. That's fine. Go with my childhood hockey analogy. Well, do you know what? A lot of people don't realise how important the type of wheel is on roller skates. And I was absolutely humiliated by this. I was in France, and there was this big, they do lots of skating in France, and there was this big thing where it was like a 5-mile roller skate race, right? And I had like aggressive inline skates with like hard wheels, and all these other kids had like these huge rubbery wheel speed skates. And there's me like behind dying. There's literally people at the side of the street. Like I was like, oh god, this was like the worst. It was the worst, and that was my first lesson in setups. That was my first lesson about the importance of setups on rollerblades. Humiliated in France. I still finished the race. Like 10 minutes behind all the other kids with their stupid good rollerblades. Jesus. Well, I've got roller skates. I love roller skating. Why wouldn't you like roller skating? They're awesome. Ice skating's amazing as well. I love it. Yeah, I look like a tit roller skating, but I don't care. Roast beef. Yeah, exactly. No, it was vache full back then because it was in the 90s. Oh, la, vache full, vache full. It's like, I understand what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Oh, le roast beef. Vache full. Such a stupid insult. It's a good insult, roast beef. I quite like roast beef. Don't I do the caster thing? I've never done the caster thing. What do you mean? Are you talking about ESL? I just did that as like a... I mean, I might do stuff in the future with them. I don't know. It depends if it makes sense or not. It's not like I'm not I'm not angling to be a presenter. You know, I'm happy doing. I like just doing bits and bobs. I'm doing some influencer stuff for Formula E in Rome soon. What else are we doing? I just like doing whatever. I like just being a tit. Oh, caster. Oh, I thought you were talking about hosting. What? I don't know the caster. This is fun. We'll drive the Ferrari. We'll see how this goes. Does ACC give only force feedback from the front wheels? It's normally from like the steering rack, but maybe. I don't know how they. A lot of sims only generate force feedback from the front wheels, either from the contact patch or the. I don't know. It's up to the developer. They can. I guess what you mean is they don't add in like an additional force feedback for like your like I or FFB. So yeah, ACC takes a very literal approach to force feedback, but that doesn't necessarily justify that ACC lacking detail. You know, like I've driven real cars that have a lot of information through the steering wheel, and some cars that have nothing through the wheel. So the rear tires aren't attached to the steering wheel. No. Did they change ACC? What do you mean? Well, they add new cars to it all the time. Oh, hang on. Server filter. Hang on. When does this server go up? Oh, 8 seconds. LFM's really good though. Only the lever mount that would be transferred to the fronts would be applied. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what people are talking about. Yeah, this is the whole baked force feedback is something that people get struggle with as well. It's like, for example, with an AccuForce wheel, you can add force feedback that adds in, like, makes force feedback lighter when you understeer, or adds in like a force for when the car's rotating. That's still not a baked force feedback. Still, force is coming through the wheel based off telemetry, based off the physics of the game. It's not baked. Baked force feedback, by definition, would be like when you touch a rumble strip, and then you have a vibration that, like a pre-recorded vibration that plays when you touch rumble strip, or when you go on the grass and it plays a pre-recorded vibration, or like when you're in the force feedback test software in Windows and you push a button and it goes, which I don't know what that's about. I don't know. Someone came up with that. You want force feedback for when rain hits your windscreen. Well, technically, that is slowing the car down. Innit? Like, I don't know how much. If a raindrop weighs like a gram, and you're hitting that, you have to accelerate a gram to the speed that the car's currently going at. Because someone work this out. How much speed does a car lose, assuming... I mean, think how many raindrops are hitting a car. Like in a proper downpour. Oh, it's bloody night time again. What's this about? That's actually quite a lot of weight. Like, the rain's coming down. You have to hit it. You have to push it out of the way. There's no... it'll just... obviously, it's not... no friction, really. But it will have its inertia. Oh, that's interesting. Because a whole front of a car is going to be hitting... Obviously, not all the... No, well, the thing is, not all the rain's hitting it flat. Some of it's hitting the windscreen, and only like 30% of the inertia is being pushed that way. So it's... But, so that's like... But like a whole... Let's say a whole car hitting a sheet of water. It's going to be like at least 1 kilogram of water. 4X. What strength force feedback do I use? I have it pretty low, to be honest. I'd say the sweet spot for most stuff would be around 12 Newton meters. Having stronger force feedback wheels can mean that the force feedback ends up being more punchy, which is quite nice, even if you use lower force feedback strength. 8 Newton meter is, well, I mean, like at 5 Newton meters enough to play a driving sim, though. Momentum and mass, it would take gallons to make a measurable distance. No, we can measure things to high precision these days. Any fluid dynamicists in chat want to go through this? They'll have a meltdown. I lived with, when I was at university, there was a guy doing engineering, and he was having to do the maths for fluid dynamics. And I took one look at his coursework, and I was like, yep, I'm too thick for this. He's like, this equation, no, that equation, and then this one. And I was like, oh, yeah, okay. I don't even know what, I'm not even trying. Look, mate. It was like the aliens in Stargate talking to the humans. Yeah, not in terms of weight of the car. I'm just thinking in terms of how much. You know, I just think it'd be completely pointless, but interesting. Right, here we go. Well, I don't know why we keep getting. We had 3 night races yesterday. For some reason, the LFM wants me to drive in the dark. Scottomatic. I don't understand Rensport. It looks like it's trying to do what's been done 100 times. Well, that's every sim, isn't it, really? What it's trying to do is the car industry wants to have a driving simulator that they can be more directly in control with. That's one of the main things. The other thing is to have a next-gen looking game that can probably be on multiple platform. And then also having like an esports thing associated with it to basically imagine iRacing but not shit. And like Microsoft, imagine like Microsoft Flight Sim of driving simulators. That to me, conceptually, that seems to be like the best interpretation. A Microsoft Flight Sim of driving simulators. With a nice esports competition. They should have esports with Microsoft Flight Sim, that'd be good. No, I'm not using the ACC Force Feedback app. I can't be bothered with that. Like, at the end of the day, the lesson you learn from torturing yourself with iRacing and playing ACC more, the lesson you learn is that you have these sims are, because of the physics, because of the inherent physics and the lack of combined slip and a zone of controllable slip that's not predefined by corner entry speed. It's Guitar Hero. You have to. It's about executing a specific thing. It's not about balancing the car based off the force feedback and feeling your way through the corners to get the most out of the vehicle. It's not about that. It's about, this is the racing line. This is the brake point. This is exactly the way you trail brake. This is the. Oh, have they? Oh shit! Where was that? Are you serious? Are you serious? 15... Oh, just missions, though. No, like proper missions, though. Oh, if they've done that, I'm well happy. Oh, that's what I want. I want to fly around doing pointless stuff. Oh, yeah. Well, it's alright. Thanks for clicking the like button, people that do. Let's drive. Awesome. Do you know, I was at the Microsoft Flight Sim launch event, and the first thing I said to them was like, why don't you do like Euro Truck Sim? Before the game had even come out. They're like, No, they're really working very hard, and they've got a lot to do, as do all developers. Oh, thanks for clicking the like button, guys. Do you know it's kind of meaningless on YouTube? YouTube's decided to kill my channel. They're not promoting any of my videos, so I'm gonna have to start a new channel. Or I don't know. Maybe I need like more nudity. YouTube hates me live streaming. My Twitch has done really well though. Maybe that's why YouTube's I've got yeah, Twitch is going. Twitch does really well for me. I get like 200 to 300 live viewers. Yeah, well, no one likes AC though, so that doesn't really get many views. It's just the 5 people that like racing in AC. Force feedback TV. What do I think of it? It doesn't matter what I think of it. It honestly doesn't matter, does it? Look, famed GT3 driver Dave Perel, who does Coach Dave Academy, although actually James, who works for him, does the setups for Coach Dave Academy. Dave Perel really likes. He thinks it's the most realistic. So he's a real driver. So his views take authority over my views. My views are irrelevant. I'm quitting sim racing soon to start a career in music. Well, do you know what? No, what they should do is vintage GT, like Maserati, GT1. I'm pretty good with a trombone, yeah. I'm good at blowing. Oh. Now you shouldn't play AC1 because it will ruin everything else. If you are unlucky enough to play the first Assetto Corsa with a good force feedback wheel and decent settings, it will ruin sim racing because you'll be like, from having played it, you'll be like, oh, why can't I feel exactly what the cars are doing like you can in a real car in every sim? Why, you know, why can't I balance on the limit properly in every other sim? So it'll ruin your life. And then you'll be like, oh, everyone's just driving around with bloody traffic in AC. Oh, see, I thought I'd try and get on the throttle, and then sloppy recovery there. The standings widget. Oh yeah. How do you move that? Oh, you don't need it. I'm in 17th. I think traffic driving is great, to be honest. It's just unfortunate that is all that AC really has now. Well, AC is good for driving as well. This is the thing. If a sim should be able to do drifting, then it'll be able to do race driving properly. Like, drifting should be like the base for every sim. I'm sure I should have a lot of damage from driving into the wall, but best mod for AC? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I like, to be honest, there's loads of cars I like for AC. I'm not really into individual cars. I like the F2004. The Radical's good for racing. I just like balancing physics objects. It doesn't really matter which car it is. Messing up that corner. Oh, we need some more tire pressure. We need the Saudi Audi. We need the Saudi Audi in this for sure. Right. Aggressive preset. What pressure? Let's add let's add 10. I'm adding 10. I'm not even counting. I'm reckless. Oh, I've gone. Get ready. Scott-O-Matic, I like comparing car lap times, hot lap in Derby in the AC, and comparing performance versus money for street cars. Fair enough. That could be a good game mechanic, actually, though. The lack of game design. I get it with driving games, you know. They don't have much development time, small dev teams and everything. But, like, right. Wouldn't that be a fun mechanic in something like Gran Turismo? If you have road cars and it's like, if you go to a race with a cheaper car, if you do well in that race, you win more money if you beat a car that's faster. So imagine if you had, so you could have different cars. So the game is like a customized car game like Gran Turismo, but you can choose. Like if you go to the race with like some like amazing high spec race car, well you're going in with a car where you can't win as much because you might have a fixed amount for winning. Like you might have a fixed thing for coming first, second, and third, but you should get additional money if you built. Yeah. So if you drive very safely with a shit car, and then that'd be so fun, and you could do it multiplayer. There's like no creativity with driving games at this point in time. It's so dull. Yeah, like how you exactly like an ELO system, but it's a car ELO. Hello, JH. That's what you need. And then you can have an additional point system for if it's like a ludicrous thing, and then you can have an online thing where people can vote on how your car looks. So if you've got a really cool car skin, someone could like donate in-game credits to you for your car being cool. You know what I mean? Just stuff like this. Oh, I don't know. That'd be really good in something like Forza. I don't. It's all. The problem is a lot of games now are corporate. They're just owned by like massive business entities that couldn't give a shit about game design. It's like, what will 12-year-olds like? Well, our research shows they'll like this. Rather than someone making a game that they want to play themselves. Yeah, I guess they had the auction. Yeah, the auction house thing was quite a good idea, yeah. Well, did you see my Robin Reliant? Well, it wasn't. It was like not a Robin Reliant, but it was like a three-wheel car. We did it in Forza, and we like beefed it up as much as possible, but it couldn't go through corners. It was just terrible. It could only drive in a straight line. It was good fun. Right, here we go. Time to show them the Ferrari hacks. I'm going to move to the right because. Oh, you cock! Guys, fucking use your brakes. Light damage. Where from? That's on the corner exit. Good old opposite lock there. Jesus Christ, what is wrong with people? Oh, you idiot. He's missed the brake point. This guy's braking so early. What on earth are they doing? I guess it's dark and spooky. What is wrong with these people? Like, people qualify and they just can't drive. Oh, is this because my wheel rotation's wrong? Just want to check with chat, guys. I think it's my wheel rotation is the problem. I think that's causing the issues here. Oh, nice. Oh, what are you doing? Car behind you. Of course I'm going to lift. The road in front is blocked, Mr. Burbarch. Oh, God forbid that the car in front of you slows down for the track being completely blocked. Where are you going? You can't just drive willy-nilly left and right. Well, you can. Oh, dear God. Oh, no, wait, he's just going to drive into me. If I'm on the inside, he will just drive into me. Let's not go for the move. I don't trust his driving ability. There he goes. I knew he was going to crash. I could feel it in my toes. Well, the other thing with the 24-hour race is what you do is when it downpours in rain, you still push the car as if it's not raining, even though it's a 24-hour race. You don't, God forbid, back off and go into some like predefined rain strategy. Now that would be stupid. You just keep driving into a river. What could go wrong? That's how I would drive though, so. Slow down for the slow zone. Dead. Yeah, what was that move? What was that guy's move? He's like, the track front's a bit blocked, so I'll just go on the really dirty off-road bit of the track, and then do it just before a corner. Why not? What on earth was that? Like the risk reward. But to be fair, real life grass and dirt isn't as bad as it is in a lot of driving sims, so this guy behind is going to plough me, isn't he? Mr. Zunbovic. Is he flashing his lights at me? Mate, overtake me safely then. Mr. Zunbovic. Oh, there's the dive bomb, and get ready. There it is. Yep. Yep, you can't hold the line round the inside. I knew he would. I knew he wouldn't be able to. Oh. Fucking people in this game. I guess you don't slow down for the corner either, like I did last time it was blocked. What can you do? Oh, my lights are flashing now. Do we get like a fast repair or something? I have plenty of time to spin my car around. I knew that guy was going to... I knew that guy was going to drive into us because he kept lunging up the inside, and then it was just obvious. It was just obvious that he actually couldn't drive. Yeah, the standard of driving is shocking in this. This is a rookie race, but Christ. Given how easy ACC is to drive, it's a bit weird. Yeah, who doesn't like a lunge up the inside? I don't know if it's actually repairing the car here. Yeah, well, with iRacing, it's not. With iRacing, the issue is more just how hard iRacing is. No, Le Mans not in ACC. Le Mans licensed to Motorsport Games. Yeah, well, I could have, Jeff, but I couldn't be bothered. I thought I'd welcome the inevitable death. I wanted to see if it actually would happen. I needed confirmation that he would pump me. Part of my research. I wanted to see if it would be as terrible as I thought it would be. Oh no, I know for sure. You could tell by how he was driving before that he couldn't drive, so. It's like the way I've started driving in iRacing is I will there's like fast drivers in it, right, and they just punt people off the track. I'll just hold the line so they have to drive into me, and then normally they end up taking themselves out as well. I find it really funny. Yeah, the Le Mans game is just R Factor 2, but rebranded and then a selection of content, I think. Which makes sense. They should have done that years ago. You know? See that slide? That's so like weird. Like you should be able to feel to then be able to counter steer that to hold the power out of the corner, so you sort of crab walk out of the corner. If you notice, you have to kind of do a weird wiggle wobble. There's literally no proper like combined slip in this game, unless it's an induced power slide. Like the cars are stable when it's, as I say, like a power slide. Otherwise, it's just going in and out of grip. Like there's no actual limp zone at the limit. Hello, hello. Get this guy out of here. I am using a very low steering angle. Jesus Christ. Now we've got esports bastards. Jesus. Oh, you like ACC, don't you? Oh, jeez, get a ban. Get a ban on him. These ACC degenerates. It does. He's a Ren Sporty Sport. Oh, shit. I thought he was going to come back. How do you pronounce your name properly? I think I've been saying it wrong. Okay, type your name phonetically so I can finally get it right and stop embarrassing myself. There is no slip angle. I don't think anyone said that. Dara, but your Dara is also spelt different though, isn't it? There's multiple spellings. Well, that's because people were saying your name, Dare. Yeah, so that's what I was getting confused with. I'm being as dyslexic as I am. So Dara is fine. That makes it easy. You know, deep down, original AC's the OG. I was rooting for Dara at ESL R1. I wanted Josh Rogers. I wanted Josh Rogers, James Baldwin, Sisnick, and Dara. I wanted like 5 people all to be battling for like in the final race. I felt we were like robbed with bloody Monza. Because the 3 races before that were awesome, like absolutely amazing. And then it was like, oh, someone's careened out of control and the winners won. But Sisnick did deserve it. So the person that won was like, you know, they did deserve it. So it wasn't like a rando. I didn't want everyone to win. There was just like five drivers that I know, or that I've, you know, done well in other races and stuff. And I think for entertainment as well. I think it would have been, you know, maxing it out. Josh Rogers' girlfriend was hilarious though. She was like having a panic attack for the last like 3 races. Oh dear. She was like literally shaking. That was funny. I don't know if she enjoyed it or not. I'm not sure. It didn't look like she was enjoying it, but it was funny. So. No. Oh, thank you for subscribing, whoever that was. Daniel Powell, appreciate it. I just don't know what it is with ACC not having that zone of that limit zone. It's the original Dara. Like R Factor 2 has like a zone. What? All right, he's showing me his zone. As you can see, nice safe. That was even safer than my rejoin. Yeah. Race Room has a zone at the limit. AMS1 has a zone at the limit. AC has a zone at the limit. R Factor 2 does. ACC, it's like you do have like a slide. You can control the car when it's sliding, but it's not a balanced. It's not a balanced thing. It's weird. It's like they were sliding out, counter steer it, but it's weird. iRacing is the same as well. Or maybe it just doesn't correspond to the force feedback. I don't know. The original zone, PC zone. Good. I play this game with different steering. I play the game with different steering angles in different cars. And no, actually, you can drive with a keyboard. Actually, maybe not. This is such a weird thing to be like obsessed with. Okay, so why is it that I can play AC with any steering ratio, AC1, or R Factor 2, or AMA or Race Room? Why is it that it's irrelevant with those games? Why would it only be relevant for iRacing and ACC? Could it be? Could it be that actually there's a fundamental physics difference that a lot of people have actually called attention to? I'm not saying that people can't enjoy how it is. Oh, they're not Sims. Ah, here we go. Esport beef. You said AC1's not a sim. Real cars have been in. Real cars have a zone of controllable slip. It's really obvious. So I guess the real cars. Yeah, no, I would agree that a lot of sims do have. Well, Race Room definitely has like a huge like zone of slip. I mean, AMS2 is like on another level of ridiculous. Yeah, I agree that they maybe are artificially large, but they're still there. Why do you think Max Verstappen likes the Formula car in AC one? Do you think it could be that it has like great force feedback? Yeah, but oh Jesus Christ! You're an esports driver. You don't need to type stupid stuff like this. We've driven the game. We've played it with the force feedback, with the wheels set up like that as well. It's not like this is my first time playing it. Christ. Oh my goodness. Is it a fake esport drive? It's the fake one. Oh, it's possible. I don't know who to believe anyway, online. You can never know. Yeah, no, there are definitely... So there's definitely ways you can cheese games. There's ways that you can cheese games, and for sure, running tighter steering does allow you to cheese it. And if there is a overly... It's all beside the point, though. This is the... This is what people don't get. Yeah, but it's all beside the point that it's completely irrelevant to the point that's in hand. Because I've been driving it at that. Right, we literally have been driving ACC with like with one-to-one steering rotation for like multiple races yesterday and today. I'm just messing around with settings. That I don't understand why this is hard for people to understand. It is beside the point. I understand why you would want something to be like one-to-one. I understand if you reduce steering ratio, it's going to make things overly sensitive. We get all that. No, the point is that we've driven it with this exactly one-to-one steering ratio. I've had this conversation with iRacers as well. I don't get why... It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Also, these comments get brought up when we've just had an accident or we're not doing well, and when we're winning races, no one says anything. Right now, I don't know what it's at. It's at something low because I was messing around with it. But yesterday we were winning rate. We came second. One race we had it on like 900. One race we had it on like 500. I was just messing around with settings. Oh, Christ almighty, Gert. Yes, we've literally just explained 3 times exactly what it does to force feedback, exactly what it does to input, and the relevancy of it. Yeah, but we have driven with that, Shumi. I'm not saying that it doesn't make that it's not a good or bad way of doing it. I don't care what the Dara. The point is, this isn't the first or only time we're playing ACC. So this isn't like literally the only time I played it. It's so bizarre. Like we've got, I don't know how many hours I've got on ACC, like a few hundred at least. Same with iRacing. I've played that for hundreds of hours. I've set the sim up for other people. It's not like oh, this is my first time and I'm literally, what I'm talking about applies to only what's happening right in this moment. When I say stuff, it's based off a wider experience with things. Well, probably. You do it for a living and I'm trying to help you. What? No, oh my God. I can't. Yeah, maybe you weren't here for the previous conversation. I have no disagreement with people doing whatever settings of field of view, force feedback, literal, arbitrary, or whatever. I don't have a problem with them doing that. Especially with ACC, ultimately you're going to be driving mostly from doing a rote process. It's like iRacing. I've just started, yeah. So, you know, I'm not saying that this is why I don't show, when I do like videos on wheel settings and stuff, I don't show the settings that I use, because I'm not saying that they're good settings for everyone to use. Like, for me, okay, it's like, personally, I think ACC, regardless of wheel settings, the force feedback does not convey the limit. If you have this force feedback or the wheel, whatever force feedback, whatever you do, it just doesn't convey the actual limit of the vehicle. That's, a lot of people would agree on me on that, regardless of what settings you use, right? And so as a result, I do completely arbitrary stuff with ACC to try and make it somewhat usable for me. Right? Is that hard to understand? Because I'm trying to enjoy the game as best possible. Now, I do different settings with iRacing. When I play Microsoft Flight Sim, I use incorrect joystick settings from if I'm flying a jet plane or if I'm flying a Cessna, because that makes the game more fun for me to play it that way. I've been in a real Cessna. I know what a Cessna flight yoke feels like. I know what the plane responds like in real life. I do not use those real settings when I'm flying a Cessna. I can still identify when I fly a Cessna in old Microsoft Flight Sim, new Microsoft Flight Sim, X-Plane 11. It's still possible to tell what the differences are from having tried all the different settings and know what generally is realistic, the stall characteristics, the response to input, the response to turbulence. I know that because I've tried all the settings. I still set things up to what maximizes my personal experience of the game. At no point have I said other people can't set it up in another way, or that going with the default settings or doing whatever. Same with field of view. At no point have I ever said don't use a field of view calculator to set your game up as a starting point. But I use rando for... I move my camera in weird positions. I use weirdo field of view, right? So... No, what? These settings are not like a real GT3 car. No, I know they're not. Guys, what is wrong with you people? Like, how can you not get... Well, I can't explain things more clearly. My shoe settings were wrong. Oh, dear. It's... So when I say, oh, the slip in ACC is a bit weird, or the force feedback, I'm saying that with awareness of the settings that I'm using at this point in time. You know, like, I don't know why that's hard to understand. Do you know what? My brake. No one's mentioned my brake. I actually set my brake up really weird because I have knee pain, so I run it overly sensitive. I'm using Husingveld Ultimates here. Really nice pedals. I took the damper out of them. The damper in many real cars makes it feel more like real pedals, but I took the damper out because I find it easier to be more precise and I get less ankle pain. And I've angled the pedals incorrectly to real car pedals because it's more comfortable. The brake is too sensitive. The clutch isn't even attached to the pedal tray properly, so I can move it further to the left while still having this. This gap is too big for easy heel and toe in, but I've done that so it's more comfortable on average. Also, my clutch is over here and this is here, so when I play flight sims on this rig, I can use them as rudder pedals. But you know what? They're not like real rudder pedals because they're not connected. Oh my god, I've set my rig up in a way that's most useful for myself. Do I recommend everyone sets their clutch up over here? Has this made the clutch optimal? No. Does the clutch work better for me when I'm playing flight sims? Yes. Like, why is this so hard to understand? What is wrong with people? All these comparisons to flight sims make no sense at all. Well, especially if you have no capacity to understand analogy. My force feedback does have oh, you can't see it. I actually do have a force feedback joystick here. A Brunner CSLE force feedback joystick. So take that. Get wrecked. Probably one of the only people in the UK with a force feedback joystick. Wrecked. Imported from Switzerland. Oh, you've done the same. I think it's a good idea for pedals. I think it's a good idea setting them up like that. What? Don't you think it's weird that it's... we don't get these comments when we're playing... When I'm winning in iRacing, we don't get these comments. But we only get them in iRacing when someone's wrecked me, or I'm driving a car and I go, oh, the tyre model's shit in iRacing. Then I'll get all these iRacers go, oh, you know what it is? It's your wheel rotation, your field of view, your pedals, you know. But if I'm winning, they don't say anything. if we're not winning, they say something. Well, we're playing AC. AC players don't care. They just don't care. They're too old. They're like, we're just driving. It's fine. Gert. How little you know this channel. How little you know this channel. No, Gert. You do not know this channel if you think I'm not critical about iRacing. Oh boy. Isn't that because you're making a valid complaint about an aspect of the game and they're trying to help you? Yeah, but the point is you can't rectify iRacing's tire model with the steering wheel settings. Yeah, Gert's not been here long enough. If you think I don't complain about iRacing, you changing wheel rotation does change controllability. Yeah, again, we've just said 3 times. For those of you that missed it, if you run incorrect steering rotation too small, what you'll find is it compresses force feedback. So depending on your wheel, it will make the force feedback more or less noticeable, often less noticeable. Also can cause overshoot. Also due to the delay between the USB stack and what comes out of the simulator. That can cause overshoot as well, a whole bunch of stuff. If it's not the same ratio with the smaller wheel rotation, that will mean that it's not the force feedback won't be in line with what the game as designed is expecting the player to be receiving. From an input perspective, the car will be overly sensitive. It depends how the game's programmed. Some games are programmed such that if you change a wheel rotation on the player's side, it's actually the same as if you were to change the steering rack sensitivity in the game. It depends on how the game's programmed. Weirdly, Gran Turismo, if you put the steering rack steering rack for drift cars, or it's like an add-on you can do, all it does is change the input sensitivity. It doesn't actually change the physics, which is really funny because you don't need to buy that add-on in the game. You can just change the wheel settings. So, like, the thing is that you guys making comments, you look at it like, I'm an idiot and I'm pretty shit at sim racing, right? That's fine. But I'm also like very experienced with the stuff. I know why things operate how they do. I've tried all the different settings with different simulators. Just because I haven't spent hours memorizing the specific thing for one type of car with a type of race, that's if someone wanted to give me tips on like for speed, like when I'm actually trying to be fast, I know where I'm shit. I trail brake. I don't brake in a straight line enough. I trail brake too much too early. I don't trail brake optimally. It takes me ages to learn the racing line for like the actually get the entry, and then I don't lean on the tyres enough. I go into corners far too slow in many cases. I don't get on the throttle hard enough with cars that have a traction control. I'm like because I've learnt this from playing R Factor 1, you spin too easily. There's so many things that I'm really shit at that any like driver coach would go, oh, that's where you're getting a lot of pace. But you know, if I say something like iRacing's got bad, the tyres don't return once they overheat, it's wheel rotation and field of view. It's weird, like it's just so strange. Yeah, no one mentions those things. Funny enough, yeah, no one mentions those things. It is weird, isn't it? But you notice, I don't complain. I'm fully aware. So, like, I mean, what are you going to do? Don't complain. I'm not complaining. All I said was that there's no like the force feedback's not very good in A, as we know. This isn't even controversial. The vast majority of people that play ACC do not like it. Like not play it, but like that don't play it. Don't play it specifically because of the handling at the limit and the lack of detailed force feedback. Even if you've got really nice wheels, in whatever settings you're using. All that's caused by the wrong ratio. I also think like ACC is actually really easy to drive compared to iRacing. It's and other sims really. It's really quite forgiving. But like anything else, it's hard to be really fast in it. But like from a general driving perspective, I think it's one of the easiest sims, which is good. I mean, that's how it should be. Suspension force feedback. Well, it doesn't, Johnny. So the suspension force feedback will let you know that the car's loading up and road texture, but it won't. It doesn't help you know where the limit is. So. But there's no, like, literally, people don't get it. There's nothing you can say. They'll always come back with some straw man. Oh, we've noticed you were doing this in this thing, so... Just get used. Well, yeah, but you could. So that's just saying memorize it, which is fine. But then that's not driving, is it? And as I said, I literally just said like 10 times. ACC is like iRacing. It's Guitar Hero. You have to play it like Guitar Hero. You memorize a bunch of inputs and then play them back. Which applies to everything to some extent. But it's more the case in iRacing and ACC. I did watch parts of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Yeah, Jay, you've caught up. Wait, I knew someone was going to say that. I know. This is what makes you mental, is I know when I say anything, there's going to be like 40% of people understand what I'm saying and get it. 20% understood what I said but disagree, maybe rightly or wrongly. And then there'll be like a small percent that literally just don't understand stuff. And like, I know what... It's like, and so the end result is you're like, oh, I won't bother talking, I won't bother saying anything. The thing is, though, it does put me off playing sims that I like. So iRacing, fortunately, is very entertaining with the voice chat. So I think most people actually do agree that it's terrible, like the tires. So you can play it ironically, and it doesn't really grate on you so much. With ACC and AMS2. Unfortunately, the majority of players of it are totally unaware, and it actually puts you off playing the game. The suspension to estimate the limit is that the limit is almost proportional to the limit. I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying that you have to rely on other stuff. Yeah, I guess you mistyped that. Why is this not working? Oh no. I'm getting to the server. Right, what is this obsession? You don't know what wheel set. Oh shit! You don't know what wheel settings I'm using. This is what's insane. It's absolutely insane. The obsession of a viewer to say that. To enjoy iRacing. Oh, it's daytime. That's nice. What was that? That was when we were playing AMS2. Someone said, "Why are you drifting? You're making the cars look bad." I was like, "No, I was trying not to slide." J Races, again, you've missed the point. Okay. It's, how can people be so confidently, like, unaware, like, the lack of, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Well, because I think I've actually explained things very clearly. But I'm not actually even, I'm not using 250, and that's why. What's he doing? Why is this guy just parked in front of me? What on earth is he doing? I'm not using those settings, and it's beside the point. That's because this isn't the only time I'm driving the game. The Saudi Audi. Well, also they're assuming that we've not ever driven with other settings, and that I've formed all my views based off those specific settings. You do know that I'm pretty sure that of all the sims, AC actually has one of the narrower. ACC has some of the peakier tyres. Like, I think that's just like by design. Schumi, yeah. If you had it, yeah, if you have it like super low, and that's your only way you've ever played the game, as we've said like multiple times, it compresses the force feedback into a smaller zone. So yeah, if you had like super duper low wheel rotation, it will make it that your steering wheel would have to have better dynamic range, and there'll be a point where effectively you're going to be losing force feedback detail for sure. So I don't disagree with that, and no one's said against that. That's literally not even the conversation. But for those people that didn't get it, that's why I fully explained the relevance of wheel rotation to force feedback to input. But even after explaining that, they still didn't get it. So, you know, what can you do? How do you have an argument for wrong settings? What are you trying to say? Again, we explained with field of view. Holy Jesus. I've explained it 3 times. I honestly can't be bothered to go through this again. I think everyone that's listening to the stream is like bored of me explaining the it's fucking insane. Yeah, either they're trolling or being dense to a degree that I literally can't. Yeah. Jesus Christ. I tell you what it is, it's because you say something negative, then people have to latch onto a thing to dismiss the negative thing that someone said. And so, as I say, it will be something that they see as an objectively wrong thing that then backs up their argument. So, field of view, wheel rotation, force feedback settings, brake pedal. So, it's a way for someone to go to dismiss a negative point. How does field of view matter? I mean, it doesn't really matter that much within a certain range, you know. If you were setting up, I mean, if you were setting up a simulator for someone that wanted to drive a real car, like you were setting up a professional simulator, then you would want to match it as absolute best possible so that the brake points and visually things lined up. But on a home sim where things are pretty abstract anyway, then you know, you don't have to be like exact. At the end of the day, unless you're playing with a VR headset, a monitor is so fundamentally abstract from real driving anyway that, you know, it's really not the be all or end all. Funnily enough, this applies to force feedback as well. At the end of the day, driving from a steering wheel is not the same as driving from your body in a real car. Yeah, well, no, I've done a video on this, John. High versus low field of view. I know that ECCI wheel's terrible. I've used that. It's absolutely awful. A VR's fantastic, yeah. I think this is one of the things that people struggle with when it comes to simulators. They don't understand that they're still video games. They're still abstract. Especially within the range of being within 2 seconds of track pace, or 1.5 seconds, which is miles off pace. They're so abstract from reality anyway. It's really not, for the vast majority of people playing the games, it's really not the biggest thing. Well, I mean, also, say if you're not using a simulator for professional application, you're using it at home to have fun, or like, you know, whatever for whatever you're doing. Well, you might want to, for field of view, you might want to see more around you, or you might want a lower field of view because the track texture it helps give a sense of speed, and you can see the car rotation easier. You know. Yeah, I'm not on a SimuCube, am I? Well, yeah, look at all those different FPS gamers. Like, some of them have their face right on the screen, and some of them have it, you know, some people like the square, some like it widescreen. Well, the problem is if you're... So, field of view isn't subjective. The field of view that someone chooses to use is going to be subjective. And the reason why is because a monitor, a 2D monitor, does not operate like reality. In real life, when you move your head forwards and backwards, the view has changed. So... even a VR headset that doesn't have depth of field and foveated rendering and full eye tracking does not operate like reality in terms of what your eyes see. So, and if you're driving a simulated car or plane or something, if you're playing on a 15-inch monitor, you're already not getting a view that you would have in real life in any car anyway. So... this is what people struggle with. It's the same with force feedback, wheel rotation, car setup, or anything. The thing is, it's not a literal thing. It's fundamentally abstract. Now, I'm not saying the developers obviously tried to do things literally, and the game is designed to be literal. So, sure, try literal settings. Use calculators. Use that as a benchmark. Start with that. Fine. And it's probably more likely to be in line with what's going to be expected, or to get a good result out of it. That's great, but at the end of the day, if someone knows that, and there's, you know, then let them do whatever they want. and their complaints can still be valid. You could be running the wrong field of view and still say, oh, this game feels slow. You can run a low field of view and a game can feel fast. You can run a high field of view and a game can feel slow. What affects speed of game isn't just the field of view. This is another thing people don't understand. If the road texture is really detailed in a game, if you've got low field of view, it looks like you're going quickly because you can see all those little things going past you. Also, like the rotation and stuff is more snappy. It will, you know, which can make it seem faster and feel faster. If you've got wide field of view, it can make the road surface look too like you can't see the actual like granular texture of the road surface. But yeah, you see all the hedges flying past you and side objects, or maybe cars next to you. This is the thing, like, I think people struggle to, they think about stuff literally or in a very defined way, and anything outside of that, they use that as ammunition for their argument. And they're like, well, that's it, I'm done. That's it, you know. It's too late, Dazza. Too late. We're fine. Well, the other thing that's weird is I know a lot of people maybe have only just come to this channel, so they don't realise that I've been doing sim racing stuff for like 25 years. so it's like I've literally helped set up like sim centres and things and or like stupid stuff, and or like, you know, been doing like VR stuff for years, and yeah, just because I'm not like been an esport driver or won anything, and because I'm not pretentious and haven't, there's no reason why I couldn't have done like driver guides on how to drive quickly and been overly pretentious with that, going through, this is how you set your wheel up, this is how you do that. But because it was 10 years ago when I last made field of view videos, people are like, oh, he doesn't know. It's like, no, it just, I've done it 10 years ago. I'm bored of that, and I don't care. I say it was bloody weird with iRacing. The moment we get a high I rating, and then people's attitudes change towards you totally, in terms of asking you questions on like how to drive and things. It's like nothing has changed. It's just a stupid number in a specific, in a arbitrary driving game. That is true. Absolutely sexy. Of course, the car's attacking. I'm trying to watch out for this crash in front. Car behind's like, whoa, we're going. It's like, fair enough. I'm like, oh, I'm just taking it easy because this guy's currently off the road. Is the sound of the Audi any good anymore? Yeah, gold at Mugello. That's where it's at. To know. Oh dear. Oh dear. Rainsport's got great grass. I need to record that. I need to do a video on the grass. Yeah, it's got amazing grass. What seat do I have on this rig? A Sparco R33. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. They're overpriced for what they are. You know what? I'm honestly thinking. I'm trying to think if there's actually any way you could explain this wheel rotation thing to someone. Like, I'm just thinking in my head. I'm like, I don't think there's any possible way to actually explain the logic of it in a way that they would accept. I think it's literally an impossible. It's an impossible thing to... Well, did you guys think I did a reasonably explained the whole logical process? Well, Jay, great. How am I wrong? Let's get to the bottom of this. Come on, Jay. Explain how I'm wrong. I've put a lot of effort into explaining the logic behind the reasons for why things work how they work. It's quite unsatisfying, I think, in a conversation when you really explain something and then the other person's just like, ooh. You just are. Well, you've that's convincing. Can you do better than that? Can you try a little bit harder? You're actually not putting any content into that comment. Your mum. Yes, you are, and you know it. What? No, but those aren't... Are you actually being serious? Or are you trying to be funny? This is the problem with the internet, guys. In person, you can see if they understand or if it's worthwhile having a conversation. But on the internet, you can't know if it's worth having a conversation. We need another what? Dazza Snipes. The point is, it's irrelevant because LOB Sim Racing, I've played with the Sims at high or low wheel rotation, so it's literally beside the point. That's what's absurd about it. Why would you say 800 though? Normally the way most sims work is you would, if you wanted your wheel to be one-to-one with this sim, you'd set the sim to like 900, your wheel 900, and then normally most sims are programmed so the car's steering, like the actual lock for each car is a separate thing. Depends on the sim though. Some have like car-specific lock, and then also you've got the actual sensitivity of the steering for the car, the steering rack ratio. So that's again separate. Yeah, well you could set it to 800 if you want to. It doesn't really matter as long as it's one. If you're trying to be one-to-one with the game, as long as it's set one-to-one with the game, it'll be one-to-one with the game. You know, that your wheel could be at like 2,000 degrees and the game's at 2,000 degrees. As long as the car is. It depends on the sim though. It's like some sims are programmed a bit weird. So some sims you like it doesn't line up properly unless you set it up to a specific value for the sim. Oh, don't say that, B Sim Racing. Oh no, now you can't say anything critical about iRacing's tyre model because your wheel rotation is incorrect. And obviously I couldn't have never have played ACC at different wheel rotations or whatever was a recommended wheel rotation. I could never have played it and I would never have noticed. I wouldn't know. We can only go by what's happening right now. You know, I'm using my 280 degrees, apparently. 6 minutes left of this 200-degree rotation. Wheel settings automatic depends on the game, on the sim. Some it is. Yeah, what I don't understand that, unless people have been stupid on purpose, I don't understand that they can't. So with whatever it is, let's say someone's using incorrect settings against reality or whatever. Let's say they're using them. If that person can then demonstrate the logic behind why they're using them and why for them and how that affects things and why you may or may not want to use those settings, then you then go, oh, okay, I understand why you're doing that. And obviously you clearly demonstrated you know what you're talking about with that thing. So clearly that is not a relevant point to when someone says a sim doesn't have force feedback detail, or a sim doesn't have, or it doesn't have combined slip in a certain way. I know we're still on it because it's insane. It's not the thing itself that's insane. As this is it's an interesting behaviour that I've noticed with other things as well, and I wonder. I think what people struggle with is someone can be bad at something as well, but they could still be right about the reasons that they're bad at it. Like, go back to the roller skates. Let's say I'm bad at roller skating, but I'm on roller skates that have crappy wheels on them, and I go, oh, the wheels on these roller skates are crap, and then the other person responds by going, no, these rollerblades are fine, you just can't skate. It's like, it's, they're unrelated, aren't they? It's, well, so Geodude, part of it is that they think that they're helping, and then they reframe it as, oh, it's me being stubborn and I don't want to be helped. But again, that's like a reframing of, and again, completely missing the point. Because it's not me being stubborn and not wanting help. It's me knowing what I've done for the specific reasons that I've done it, in my case. So again, if someone's explained the logical reasons behind something, you then can go, oh, okay, I can see why they've done that for their specific case. So that... yeah, it's not relevant to my... that it's not relevant to my criticism. Hang on. Yeah, the wheel rotation is completely irrelevant to my criticism of ACC. That was the point. So why do what? I literally explained 3 times. Why in iRacing and ACC might someone want to run faster, artificially quick steering? With ACC specifically, there is like a range of force for the suspension loading up, and if you set the wheel rotation high, you can line up some aspects of the car's behaviour with that suspension compression. Even though it's an artificial thing and a silly thing to do, it actually does give you some kind of range of force feedback that correlates to something happening in the game, which then can give you a reference that makes it easier to memorise what's going on with the car at a certain point in time, to then actually drive, if you're someone that drives from force feedback, to then be able to drive to some capacity off the force feedback, even though it's not ideal and even though it's incorrectly using the game's forces. That's one reason. Another reason, I have shoulder pain, and when I run, like I have to turn the steering wheel a lot, it aggravates shoulder pain I have. So that's another reason. Another one is if you run really low force feedback, you can have really fast steering, and it just makes it a lot less mentally taxing. A lot of the time, depending on the sim. So, there's loads of reasons why you might want to use arbitrary settings for yourself. Yeah, laziness. But you'll find if you live stream, if you try doing live streaming for like more than 5 hours a day, you'll find that it actually, once you get old, it wrecks your body. And then you'll find with ACC, because it has no usable force feedback for where the limit is, ACC has a really abrupt, almost like spring force feedback for the rear and traction loss, and then it has a very abrupt force feedback dip for when the tyres have gone over the limit. But that's not useful for balancing the car at the limit. It's like, it lets you know that you've gone over the limit and it stops you from spinning, but it doesn't help you balance the car at the limit. You're driving the car from the visuals and the slip that's occurring in ACC. Like that's how you have to drive iRacing as well. So it doesn't really matter running stupid wheel rotation in ACC, because the force feedback's not there in the first place, apart from some, like I said, suspension compression. There is force feedback there, but it's not useful for actually driving the car faster. But do you know what's funny, guys? We just did that entire race with the wheel at 900 degrees rotation, and nobody mentioned it. Oh no! Why didn't anybody say anything? I thought they could see. I thought they could see. Oh, well, you can see it on the wheel. Okay. Oh no! Oh no! Here we go. Do you want a close up on the wheel, groin cam? Oh no! Oh no! What now? Oh, you can't see it. Sensitivity. Oh. Oh. This camera doesn't focus. Oh. Oh. Oh, 900. That's a 900. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, guess what? I couldn't drive any better and I didn't feel any more detail. It's almost like we already knew that from having played it before. Oh, it'll be 900 in game. It doesn't matter if it's 800 in game, as long as it's 1-to-1. Also, 100 degrees difference is not going to be like game changing. Oh dear. Oh, that's awkward. Why did no one mention it? Thought you guys could all see exactly what settings I was using. Guy, like literally. Right, what is it? I probably have it. I normally set my games to 900 in game. Let's have a look. Controls. 900. Literally 1-to-1 with the game. Oh, guys. Oh, God. Do you know what? My exact same opinion and views are exactly the same as it was previously. Right, let's go back to like using silly rotation because I find it easier with ACC. Yeah. So stupid. It's so dumb. Why did no one mention it in the chat? Like, couldn't you see? Wasn't it really obvious? Oh. 240. 240. Yeah. I thought it was really obvious. I know. Well, I don't even play this at 200. I think around about 400 degrees of rotation, things get at like really like absurd. But yeah, you can still fit in AC1 because I've obviously messed around with it. In AC1, you can put the force feedback down to like, let's say like 400 or the rotation. Let's say it's 900 in the game. You could put it to like 500, 400, 500 and still feel a good range of force feedback details in there. I did another race here. What goalposts are we moving? Yeah, I don't think 200 would be very hard. I think like it'd be, even if you're very precise. I think, but you'll get to a certain rotation value where the encoder on the wheel is not going to be at a high enough resolution. So, like, if you think about it, let's say you were running the wheel in game at 1,000, and your wheel, if it's 1,000 on your wheel, then each point. Let's say you had the encoders aren't 1,000 point encoders, but let's say you had a 1,000 point encoder. You run the game at 1,000 degrees. Your wheel's at 1,000, so it has one point encoder for each degree, and there's, or it's not for each degree, but one per 1,000. Each, so at 500, each point of encoder is going to be half. So you've lost half the resolution of your encoder. At yeah, so that's at 500. But by 250, each encoder is like lost its resolution by a factor of 3. I don't know with I don't know on this Fanatec wheel what the actual resolution is of the encoder on it. I need a sandwich after that. We've got those bongos to play iRacing with. The old bongo test. Do we what do we say now for the people that are obsessed with the wheel rotation? What do we have a fish emoji? There is a really nice fish emoji. No, today's wheel rotation day. Today is... Oh, you've got there faster than me. You had that. Today is Strawman whatever Game of Muscle says with some arbitrary thing. Your headset rotation's off. Oh, I'll tell you the weirdest thing. You know the field of view stuff? With the old VR headsets, you could set the wrong field of view in the VR headset. you could like literally, so with R Factor 2 using Vorpex, you could literally set the world scale and field of view off. And I tell you, with a VR headset, that is absolutely bonkers. Today is rotation day. International Wheel Rotation Day. But do you know what? It's become like, it has actually become a meme with ACC players. I'm using the Go XLR because people have come into the stream there that weren't normally viewers of the channel, that instantly, as soon as I said something negative, were, oh, wheel rotation. So it's like that's become a meme. The wheel rotation meme. I didn't think that would be a meme, but it is. It's an important meme. FOV's nothing like rotation. Hang on, what are you saying, mate? Hang on. right, that sentence. FOV is nothing like rotation. Can you imagine? Can you imagine going up to someone in the street and just coming up to them and going, FOV's nothing like rotation? Hang on. You're saying that your argument is that rotation is more serious than field of view of the two issues at hand. I don't know. It depends. What? It depends how much. It depends how different their rotation is, or how different their field of view is from the norm. Well, John, my brain's not fully developed. This is why I live stream. What? Yeah, what's the rotation of the sky? I need a drink here. I need something to eat as well. Bloody hell. I just wanted a nice, relaxed ACC stream. Didn't realise we'd trigger the ACC Fanboy Association. I'm expecting an apology from Dara as well. He probably had better things to do than to watch us troll everyone with wheel rotation. Dara can apologise to me by winning the next ESLR R1 event. That'd be good. You need a fully developed brain to form a logical argument. I don't know. Well, teenagers can form logical arguments. I don't get paid for this, no. I get a little bit of ad revenue. We got channel members and we get ad revenue. I'm just trying to. I didn't sleep well, so I'm trying to just keep my sleeping cycle here the weekend and stay cool because it's bloody boiling. Very few of them. Yeah, well, there's that thing, isn't there, with teenagers doing stupid things. Get paid for being wrong. Yeah, well, it does get people talking, doesn't it? Shumi, what do you think about ACC's car handling at the limit and its force feedback? I do. I like LFM. I like the racing. I didn't even start it. I didn't start the wheel rotation thing. That was other people. I wasn't even talking about. I just said I didn't like the Porsche because it was really abrupt, which it is compared to the other cars in ACC. I mean, I don't mind the new Ferrari that much. For some reason, that upset people, me talking about the Porsche. I like the new Ferrari's not too bad. The McLaren I found really boring. Yeah, my joystick wouldn't work with ACC. Shumi. One of the best. I agree with James Baldwin. Does James Baldwin think it's the best? I thought he liked AC1. We need to get reconfirmation from the Baldwin. The win. As a bold man that doesn't win, there's James Bold win, and there's James Bold never win. James who is bold that never wins. If only I was named different, it would be a different world. No, I've not played ACC. That's why the title of this stream should be can Bold James win? Can Bold James win? Or maybe we should do a battle. Can Bold James win against James Bold win? Can Bold James win against James Bold win? Awesome. That's content right there. Only half bold. Well, yeah, it grows out of sight. It doesn't really grow here. I've been growing my beard. I look like a caveman. The beard's gone down well, though. People seem to like the beard. It gives me something to fiddle with. I can act intellectual. Indubitably. Although no one can look intellectual whilst playing driving simulators over the internet. James Baldwin. It turns out James Baldwin's been driving with 5 degrees. He's got a keyboard under the sim rig. Yeah, but then where would you wouldn't have beard hairs anymore, would you, Shumi? What if you then wanted to grow a beard? No, 100% rotation drive. Oh man, we should do it. I should totally do it. Oh, well, couldn't you just take the hairs off your legs to start with, and then what if you want hairs on your legs? You have to take hairs off your testes, and then and then you got to take hairs off your back. This is why hair transplants are so expensive, because you have to do a whole body shuffle, but then you're always left with one place without hair. You look like a patch in your chest. Imagine if you like had your hair transplant was with like testicle hairs, so you just had pubes, pubes at the top of your head. Hi guys, that's what pubes are like for me. Just that's what they're like. Don't know why. That's what it seemed. That made sense to me. Oh dear. Yeah, I'm fine with being bald. I mean, it's really not. It's not affected anything, apart from getting sunburn. Right, I'm gonna get a drink quickly. The next race should be starting. I like LFM though. Like the racing is this format of racing is entertaining. Oh, we've got 2 minutes. So I'm just gonna get a cup of tea. Well, actually, I'm getting coffee, I think. Oh, my YouTube's dead now, though. I've got to become a Twitch streamer. I killed my YouTube channel by doing by pointing out faults in games and not appealing to fan bases. What you have to do if you want to be successful on YouTube, you have to say really nice things about each game's fan base. You know, to like massage the fan bases of each title. Maybe pick one title to shit on, but if it's a popular game, just milk the fan base. But I don't do that, so I'll be back in a minute. Hello? Why is there no music? You gotta blow smoke up fanboys' arses. It does seem like... Oh, shit. I've got to learn how to use the user interface. I'm always being robbed. Ah, finally. Oh, is this rain? I know. Hello, Thomas. How's it going, man? Oh, Thomas, you've missed a doozy of a stream. We've had esports pros come in and tell me that my wheel rotation's wrong. Literal legends of esports. Literally some of the best sim racers in the world. I haven't, Thomas. We're going to watch it in a minute. That MKK mentioned it. Dara's an absolute legend at sim racing. Can you imagine doing something like ESLR R1, right? Literally the best sim race in the world, and then winning multiple. It's mental. Like, forget even sim racing. Oh, we had some FOV, please. Forget even sim racing as a gaming challenge. I guess you could say with sim racing, there's less people doing it, so maybe it's more impressive to win like Fortnite or something. But still, but I do think with like esports, don't matter what it is, like Tetris final, speedrunning. I watch loads of speedrunning videos on YouTube actually. It's mental. Or soon. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Today is wheel rotation day. Yeah, you missed it, Thomas. We had people going on about my wheel rotation. And the fact that it's low means I can't understand the force feedback in ACC. I explained, obviously, I've tried it with normal force feed wheel rotation, blah, blah, blah. Well, we explained that 5 times. They didn't get it. So then in the last race, I secretly set my wheel to the match with the game's wheel rotation, like 1-to-1, 900 degrees. Then nobody noticed it. And nobody said anything. And I'm just sat there, they're arguing about wheel rotation. I'm just driving with the high wheel rotation, with the normal wheel rotation, with it making no difference whatsoever. They didn't say anything. It was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Lobster monfish. I thought the new playsticks were supposed to be quite good. Oh, I don't know. The field of view thing's a whole nother thing, isn't it? Do you know what? The other thing is, right? I was chatting to Dave Perel about this, about how like and other drivers, just how uncomfortable real cars are, like the heat and stuff, and if you were honestly trying to make a sim, like realism was your absolute thing. So like, I guess for like training, it's probably a good idea. But if you were really, really mega concerned with being as literal as possible, you should have like an open pot of fuel next to you that smells horrendous, and then like a hot fan blowing at you, and then be wearing a full race suit and a helmet and sweating your balls off. And then have like something that just takes money out of your bank account. They could probably do a meme video with that. Right. Let's do silly rotation settings here. I put it on 370. 900 in game, 370 on the wheel. Let's see how well we do. Well, okay, so this is the thing. If you're driving from the visuals of the rotation to really know where the limit is, having a higher rotation so the car turns faster is going to be a more optimal way to go quicker, right? Whereas if you have force feedback, you know from the force feedback where the limit is when you're turning. So you turn based off that. But if you might as well, if it's really peaky, you might as well have it be super duper sensitive, and then as soon as you see or hear the tyre skids sound, if it's controllable, then you counter steer. Right? So it's going to be an optimal way to drive. And, right, if you're a real race driver, a real race team, trying to win a race, let's say hypothetically in a real race car, it turned out that running hypersensitive steering was faster. Do you think in the 24 Hours of Le Mans or like some other series or Formula 1, if it wasn't mentioned in the regulations as being illegal, do you not think that instantly every single driver would maybe do that? You know, if it is actually faster, I'm not saying that it is faster, I think just rote memorization will ultimately be the fastest thing. But if it were, you know, in reality, there's no such thing as actually correct, is there? It's like, well, what's fastest? We'll do that. From an individual driver's perspective, they will do what's fastest for them, right? Because why wouldn't you? It's like when, again, like the examples people are making with Counter-Strike. Some players like really fast mouse sensitivity and some like really low. You know, actually that's exactly the same as wheel rotation, especially if you're running low force feedback. Some people even play bloody Counter-Strike with mouse acceleration in Windows, which is insane because then that averages your mouse. So if you move really quickly, it slows it down. If you move slowly, it speeds it up. It's really weird. But some people get used to that. Let's go. Oh, you can't. I've got to be careful of that. I'm tempted to make it my mission, guys. To get really good at ACC with this really ridiculous wheel rotation, just to prove the point. That's how much of a stubborn dick I am. I haven't, Ryan. We're going to check it out. Oh dear. This is how stubborn I am. This is how the 5,000 I rating. This is how the 5,000 I rating challenge happened. I'll be honest, I did think I could do it in 5 days. It took a bit longer. Steve Marshall, no, we're having fun racing people. Here we go. What I really don't understand is how people are qualifying pretty quick, but then they're really slow. You can make a suggestion, yes. What's the suggestion? Indigestion suggestion. Don't do it. But it'll be fun. Just think what we got out of doing the iRacing challenge. Actually, it did go really well. I got to know like a bunch of Twitch streamers really well. My bromance with Matt Malone has increased. My EP grew. What else? It was worth it. You haven't got the minerals. I've got vitamin C tablets, it's fine. We might be at a point of needing a setup here. Coach Dave actually is doing an app. I don't know if it's available now, but they're gonna have an app where you. So it's like VRS, but it automatically does it for setup and the setup for quali and race, and it just auto picks it, whatever car, whatever track, and just loads it into the game. So I think it's pretty cool. It's quite expensive, it's a monthly subscription, but for people that don't have any time and just want to always have an okay setup, it's quite a good idea. Oh, hello. Hello. DD Gill. And Teray, thank you very much for subscribing here. DD Gill should appear in a minute. You can't drive over that. Don't know, she's a bit slow. She's there she is. There she is. She had to come out of the forest. DD girl with the DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with the DD wheel. Perfectly formed servo motors for her legs. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. Perfect European babe. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. Everybody put your hands in the air. Everybody needs a DD girl. Put a DD girl in your sim rig. And Terry has a DD girl in his heart right now. He is blessed. DD girl with the DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a sexy lady. It's a DD girl with the DD wheel. She has to be under the influence of alcohol to watch this channel. It's a DD girl with the DD wheel. Powerful 50 Newton meter arms. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. She sometimes uses the incorrect wheel rotation values. There she goes again, disappearing off into the sunset. She's found some cheese She's going to rub it into her knees like all hot women do on Tuesdays. Right, here we go. Beautiful. Try. Is it Anne? Antray. Anna Tray. I tried. You're not someone I know that I've met in real life. This is well confusing. This is always awkward. Tuesdays is cheese days. Everyone knows that. Oh, here we go, guys. Here we go. This is it. Low wheel rotation versus high wheel rotation. The showdown. The brain cells have gone. It's fine. I'm feeling like doing a video of max wheel rotation versus minimal wheel rotation, which is right. I feel like we might need to do that. Here we go. Beautiful time here. Beautiful moment. Piece of history is about to take place. Last to first. You ready? Oh, it's meant to be Andre. Don't know why everyone's so slow, but I'll take advantage of it. How on earth did we make those moves? How on earth did we manage? How did we manage to avoid that? Clearly wrong wheel rotation. Absolutely calculated. They were spinning everywhere. I found a way through though. The grass in this is not like iRacing grass. The bait content. Racing and flights. Ah, I'm going to watch, after this race, we're watching the trailer. I'm well excited. You guys have hyped it up. I've been dying for Microsoft Flight Sim to actually have gameplay. No spoilers. Well, we're in 14th place. You know, I've got my aircon on. It feels so refreshing. I've not had aircon on for ages. Hang on a minute, guys. How am I finding it so much easier to drive with these incorrect settings? How am I being so much more precise with the car? How am I not overdriving it through the corners? Weird that. Weird. So strange. No, Microsoft Flight Sim doesn't have doesn't use direct input for force feedback. You can DCS has force feedback, traditional force feedback. So does War Thunder. Exactly, race censored. Go. Bethan Court. Oh, they're losing it. They're losing it. Trying to leave space for them there in case they did lose it, but they caught it. It was a good catch, one. Well, with the higher wheel rotation, I don't think I'd have got through those gaps as precisely as I did. No, I'm in the Ferrari. Should we try this Audi? I don't think they've changed the physics on those older cars though. Or maybe they have. The Lambo. Doesn't the Lambo drive like the Porsche though? I think it looks like the car on the inside is dive bombing when they're not. So people back out of it more than they need to. Yeah, there's you can use an Arduino to act as like a hardware interface from Windows to then get force feedback with any force feedback joysticks. So like my Brunner joystick, for example, it doesn't use direct input for force feedback or DirectX or anything. It uses its own telemetry based force feedback. And we're going to watch it in 12 minutes, guys, on the channel. I need to be more aggressive with my throttle now. Thought he was going to plough me then. I'm not going to defend the inside. They're faster than me anyway. I feel like they were going to wreck me, so... Oh, there we go. I just let them go up the inside there and retake it. Thank you. On like 300. It's so much better to drive this way. Because you just... You don't want to be counter-steering in this game. At all. Like... You want to do little snap counter-steers, right? Which with higher wheel rotation takes ages. It's better to like go into the, it's exactly like iRacing. The way you drive this, it's all about pre-setting up the car. The pre-corner, like don't try and drive it through the corner at all. Oh, nice move. He's got the inside there. Good driving. Good move by the Porsche. That was really good. He got around the outside, lined it up, had the position. Nicely done. Porsche seems slower down the straights there. For me as well, like the faster a car's steering, the easier I find it to be precise. I've always, like that's the case with like anything, but forget like wheel rotation, but like just in general, like Formula cars have much more, like have faster steering on them, generally speaking. I'm like really bad at driving road cars as well. The rotation, let me just check. It's 370. Hello, Turge. Triple caution! Triple caution! Stay centre! Yeah, 900 in game, 370 on the wheel. And it works. It works for me with look. With ACC, that has always worked better for me. With other sims, I don't need to. And I find the better the car in iRacing, I don't need. Like Skippy, I don't do that. Formula Ford, I don't do that. Nothing in the original AC do I do that. Don't really do that with anything in R Factor 2. Oh, Project Cars 2, I used to do that. And AMS 2, I often do that. Like run very fast steering. I like beans on toast. Who doesn't? Beans on toast is amazing. I find the engine's a bit overdone in this, to be honest. I also find that I don't drive that corner right. I'm driving that corner as if it's iRacing, where the cars like mess up on it. I think you can carry much more speed in this through there. Yeah, beans on toast is awesome. Love beans on toast. It's a bit too much sugar. Like it's better. It's better to do it with like low sugar beans on toast. They put too much sugar in beans, baked beans. Can you imagine that in real life? Going through the chicane and then throwing the car into a slide to understeer around from the parked car. Yeah, although Range Sport in Unreal 5 actually looks really quite nice. I've got the beta, and it's a lot better than ACC in terms of the graphic quality and stuff. Shadows and things are better. I need to make a video on it because the one they had at the summit, the setup they had there and everything, it didn't look as good as it does on my home setup. I mean, I do have like a 4K OLED, so. The only thing that's bad is the mirrors are still stupid. Did I watch Le Mans? No, I watched little bits of it. My sleep's been a bit weird recently, so I've mostly just been doing videos and trying to get my sleep. Also, I like when I come back from like events and stuff, I always feel like really depressed. Not in a bad way, not in like a suicidal way or anything. Just in a like mentally slow, like a. I don't know, it's weird. It's like going from being around loads of people, talking to like 4 days of literally just talking for 13 hours a day with people, to like, I mean, still live streaming, but I don't know, for some reason it always, I think my brain just slows down a lot afterwards. I let him go through it. I think he already got there. I was a bit late. Nice move by them. I was a bit slow. Okay. Range Sport or GT7? I haven't played GT7 recently. From last time I played GT7, Range Sport's better. Rennsport has like quite a slidey handling with like it does have like a zone at the limit that you kind of want to get the car into. I quite enjoy Rennsport's handling. It's quite drifty. I say the problem with GT is it feels sluggish. Rennsport doesn't feel as tight as R Factor 2 or AC. But like, it's quite fun turning. Like the problem is, I'm not the biggest fan of GT3 cars. So, and they're quite muted cars. Like, not in real life when you add G-forces and vibrations, but in simulators. GT3 cars generally aren't the best. See if we can catch back up with this guy here. I'm probably at a point of needing a good setup rather than just the aggressive default. Does anyone have a good setup for this for the Ferrari here? We'll see what pace we get. Our best lap was a 1:46.1. Be interesting to see if we can. Because last time we played this, having this setup made us like a second faster, so. After your family visit you feel tired, depressed and empty. Oh no, that's because it's family. It's different. Oh, I've always been an aero boy. Go bowling! Hang on, people left the server. I think people are leaving the server. Let's see. Why did Kunos not hold the results even when people leave the server? 7th! 8th, 6th. How do you know what your actual result is in the game? Such a stupid way of programming this. I mean, it's probably an Unreal Engine thing. Well, we need a setup. Does anybody have any good setup ideas? Oh, we need to check out the Microsoft Flight Sim trailer. Now everyone's got me hyped for it. Yeah. Oh, God. I had 2 paracetamol today. I woke up today feeling like hangover, headache. I don't drink. It's like, feel like I've got a concussion. Oh. Maybe it's pollen as well. I don't know what's wrong with me. Right, setup. Where can we get this set up? Yeah, I mean, Microsoft Flight Sim's fun as it is. It just needed missions. So no, let's see. Right, let me just sign up to the next race here. Do Ferrari again, but I need to set up. Yeah, I've been sleeping okay-ish, to be honest. LFM's so good, though. Really well done. Really nicely put together website. Right, where's this flight sim trailer? I'll probably have to do a video on this. Do you guys like the thumbnail for this live stream? I thought it was quite a fun thumbnail for the way YouTube is. Oh no, I went to bed at like 4 AM, but that's because my sleep's been through a thing. I still got a good amount of sleep. Microsoft Flight Sim. Announce trailer 4K. Oh, hang on. Do a window capture here. Window capture. There we go. What's going on here? Is that right? Oh, no, yeah, there we go. I just got to pause this other one. Let's see, here we go. Right, Microsoft Flight Sim. New update trailer. Let's see if this is awesome or terrible. Live reaction video. Music. Xbox Game Studios. ASBO. Correctional Disorder. Antisocial Behaviour Disorder Simulator. There we go. Oh, career in aviation. Oh God, the mountain's on fire. Put it out. Missions. This is what we needed. Aerial firefighting. Pick up the guy that's been playing BMG and has got trapped in a hill. Perfect. Search and rescue. Yes. Oil rigs. Yes. Boats and oil rigs. Drop the boat in the water. Deplete the environment of natural resources and then use them in a helicopter to deplete. To what? Take a generator to a boat. Drop. Okay. Ambulance. Oh no. He's been watching BBC Parliament and couldn't take any more. Farming. Yeah. Oh, crop spraying. Oh yes. Now we're talking. Oh, someone's broke their ankle on the hillside. You idiot. Jump out of a plane. What? Fly into the skydivers. Oh, build some power infrastructure. Oh, put a plane in a plane. Planeception. Obese plane. Yes. Military plane. Land in the snow. Oh. Oh, amazing. Open the front. Oh, rapper. Oh, Red Bull Air Racing. Yes, it's back. It's 2000 again. Oh, gliding. There we go. Fly through the... Oh, it's too late. Tornadoes. Don't fly into that. Photograph it. Hover cars. A10 Warthogs with no guns. Oh, it's all happening. Blimps. Bison and balloons. Bison balloon attack. I wasn't expecting that. Oh, is that it? Okay. Yeah, that looks good, but I don't know what the actual... What's the gameplay?
Play it day one with Game Pass.
What's the gameplay? What's the gameplay? I mean, it looks fun, but are they just individual missions? In which case, it's pants. You need like, they need like an actual like Euro Truck Sim. I'm confused. Is there more information? That is it. Like, yeah, but if it's just missions where it's like, there's a fire, fly over to it. You've done the fire. Okay, you've done that mission. Pick up this object from the oil. Like, but if it's in like Euro Truck Sim structure, and it's like, oh, you earn money and stuff. Yeah, that's the crux of it. And the gameplay was fly a hot air balloon into some bison. It'll be awesome. Now I told you about this, Thomas. Do not be optimistic when it comes to video games. You know this. Don't be silly. Come on. I need a setup. I need a setup for this Ferrari. Or do any of you know any good setups? Where's a good... Does anyone have a setup on Discord? I can't do this by myself, guys. We've got 5 minutes to get a setup here. Yeah, I mean, like, okay, look. I'm just saying, there was nothing in that trailer that showed actual gameplay. One of our viewers must have a setup. Come on. Oh, gee. Dom GTR does. All you like is hero scenario. You haven't noticed they haven't mentioned any aspects of new feature. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. Oh, setup simulator. How do we get this set up then? What do we do? Put the full Wes on and drive backwards. Where? Oh, hello, Paul. Are you still in the land of spaghetti? Spaghetti Paul? Or did you? I don't even know. Did you? What happened? Oh, he's still there on the beach with the hot Italian women. Typical Paul. Absolute typical Paul. Typical Paul. Typical Paul. Where can I get? Oh, Paul, you'll have a setup for ACC or know where I can get one. I need a fast setup for the Ferrari. Oh no, maybe Coach Dave have. ACC setups. You have to buy them. £23. Wow, come on, Dave. You're driving race cars. £23 for some setups. If for a bog standard generic GT3 simulator. £23 for each car. This is sim racing in 2023. That's why it's £23. To be fair, the more you pay, the more realistic it is. I need to get in on this. I need to start making setups and selling them. I'm sure people will buy them, what with my credibility. Oh, here we go. Setups for the Ferrari 296 GT3. Ah, that's for the... Yeah, so it's 23 for the normal tracks and then another 7 for the track pack. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I need someone to send me an ACC setup for the Ferrari at Road Atlanta. Or not Road Atlanta, Watkins Glen or whatever it's called. You know, Discord. No one's messaged me. Where in Discord? Send me a PM. I don't know how to use Discord. Driver 61. No laps found. Garage 61. I don't want to verify my account. Just send me the setup. I don't want to make an account on a sodding website to have a setup that's borderline competitive. What is wrong with the world these days, guys? Like, what has happened to sim racing? It used to be you would load up Live for Speed, you would go on a server, and you would be like, there's the fast people, right, can you give me a setup because I can't drive? And they'll go, yeah, here you go. They click on your name in game, and you've got the setup. That's what it used to be. Do you know what it is now? £23 to some GT3 driver. That's what you have to do now. Absolute jokes. Or be a YouTuber. There we go. Phantom Racer. This better be good. It's better not be shit. You only have Calamity. Well, that's not going to be any use for Watkins Glen, is it? I appreciate you sending it to me, but that's really not going to be useful. only have Kayami. No, it's not going to be any good. It's a completely different track. Watkins Glen is like completely different. Oh dear. Beggars can't be choose. Well, I can. I can beg and choose. Choose and beg. Well, hang on, the session's live. Let's get in there. I can definitely drive the car faster though, so part of it is me being shit. So we can improve that part, but I know for sure that setup will help for sure. Oh, I don't. Who honestly thinks that the Microsoft Flight Sim update will actually not just be a bunch of completely locked in stone missions, which is not actual. It did say Korea, but I think it's just going to be 17 missions. Come on, guys. Why are you guys being so optimistic all of a sudden? Have you not learned a lesson? Oh, I can't use Jardier setups. That guy's... Hang on, what's going on here? That guy's awful. God damn it, we need to lowercase. Oh, we need to try the Saudi Audi after this. What? Why is this not working? Oh, there we go. What? Servers... Hang on, what's going on here? Why is it only showing... I'm split 1. Oh, no, I know what's going on here. Server's not open yet. I was doing the wrong thing. No, it's because I was on the old for some reason it's still listing the old server. The actual server's not up for 3 minutes. I was ahead in my head. I got told Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 was a whole new game. No, it's not. It's not going to be a new game. Unless they've got a separate developer on board to do a whole bunch of stuff. Scottnick, are there any good GT4s? Yeah, in the game there's good GT4s, like the Maserati, the Porsches. They're really good. So what, Paul? What you doing? Paul in Italy. Paul in Italy. Paul in Italy. What is he doing? He's watching the telly. Paul Smith in Italy. He likes it bitterly. He's there, eating the pasta, eating the pizza, having a good time. Paul Smith in Italy. In Italy. What are you doing? What's going on? Have you done something really wrong? Paul Smith in Italy. Paul Smith in Italy. 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 Paul Smith in Italy. He's walking the streets of Italy. Non-specific streets could be any town. Moving around in Italy. Paul Smith. Paul Smith in Italy. Paul Smith in Italy. He's just walking. He's just walking around in Italy. Paul Smith in Italy, guys. Unlike anyone here, I care about a good sim more than gameplay. No one can make a sim better, but thousands can create mods All leagues. Yes. Oh, 30 seconds. But I think Paul Smith might be in Italy. You got sunburn. What's the hotel like? Is it nice there? Have you woken up with any horses' heads? Bada bing, bada boom. Any? Did you meet Kunos there? Kunos are always in Italy. That's where they are. Italy's only like a 10 by 10 meter country. You love travelling to Germany, good for you, but try Italy. Well, I'm going to Rome, isn't it? Isn't it, mate? The bar's been shut most evenings. Oh, no Ribena for you. Oh, session's live, here we go. No, I was too fast, too fast. Because it's 2024, so they wanted to... They wanted to hype up Microsoft Flight Sim in 2024. Right, any ideas for speed of this setup? Speed ideas. Oh, nice. Why are you going in July? Oh, I'll just use e-scooters. Sorted. I've worked out how to win. I think my rank's going up here, guys. This has been pretty productive. How many rookie races do you have to do? How many rookie races do you have to do to get out of rookie? $10. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's all good though, it's all good. Things don't work like Ferrari strategy. Maybe that's by design though. Maybe you're being harsh. Oh, here we go. Here we go, guys. This is we got this. Yeah, I know. It's weird, isn't it? The GT4 cars are genuinely better for racing for most people. But yeah, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No, it's no, you don't drive it like an iRacing. That corner's more fun in our racing. You're heading to bed. All right. Well, have a fun time. I have to catch you soon. Guys, go and subscribe to Paul Smith if you haven't. Is he flying back tonight? Tomorrow? Paul Smith in Italy. I'll have to invade his next live stream. I like racing. I don't know how LFM works. No, Shumi, you missed it. Last race we did, I'd set the wheel to 900 and everyone was going on about wheel rotation, but they didn't notice that I was actually running at 900 degrees. You missed that. You missed that part of it. The big reveal. We had the wheel on 900. Like, no one said anything. You did. You missed like stream. Forget the World Cup. The rotation moment of the decade. I don't even know who that is, the Great Hadouken. Go home and play Tetris. Whoa! New line. I need to lubricate my throttle. She's squeaking. My throttle, she needs some oil. Oil on your throttle. Yeah, we got to get out of rookie so I can race with TMU's aunt off my German wife. I promised I'd do an endurance race with her. Alright, thanks for becoming a channel member. I really appreciate that. Really generous. It's not cheap. I'll see you in the next live stream we do, which will probably be even more depressing than this one. Like a sim racing date. We're already married, me and Tia now. She said she was going to go ice skating with me, but she can't skate, so it's not gonna happen now. It's terrible. Can you imagine going on a date in a racing simulator? Like, that'd be like the worst date. Well, no, actually, I can think of worse. I can't do Middle Eastern accents. I can only do Middle British accents. Can someone explain to me how every qualifying I am like last, and then by the end of every race we've done, we're in the top like 7 or 8? How on earth? Like this is even more of a gap than iRacing. No, this is LFM. Hot lappers. Yeah. Oh, it'll be me this time. I feel like there's definitely like a second of variance in my laps from me driving shit. But I feel like this default aggressive setup is costing me a lot of time as well. I really need to get us set up. It'll be really interesting just to compare. I'm pretty quick on this track in iRacing in terms of like just general line and stuff. But yeah, I'm sort of within 2/10 each lap now with this setup. I can be. I'm not doing the chicane properly. We definitely need a better setup. Oh, here we go. Let's see if we can murder in this one. Good times abound. Nice and easy. Yeah, especially on this track. We were talking about this last night, Shumi. How on this track it's completely arbitrary from sim to sim. Yeah, they should have like the zones blocked up. Like there should be a button you push on your keyboard, and that shows where the limits are exactly for that track. Like that's like the most obvious thing to do with any competitive driving game, but you know. Oh, we can have Race Labs app on this. I forgot. Set that up after this. Yeah, well, that's what he said. Yeah, they'd have a meeting before the race, and they go, "Oh, guys, this, you know, the lines. This is what we're going to do for this race," and then the drivers would ignore it. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Nice lighting. Graphically, Range Sport looks really nice, to be honest, in terms of like details. I could do a video on that soon. I think AC1 with the mods on it, all in, is probably the most natural looking. Maybe some aspects of Gran Turismo as well, but not in reality. Like screenshot wise, it looks good, but then ACC looks really good in screenshots. How much fuel do you need for a 20-minute race? Yeah, the weird thing is, that was recorded off their rigs. I was playing it on my rig with this 4K screen, right, and it gives you a really good sense of scale. Hello, MBE Silver, how's it going? $36 litres. Okay. Yeah, Unreal 5 doesn't have as many shadows issues as this. It can still have some asset popping and stuff, but yeah, it definitely looks a lot better. Le Roux. Hello. Here we go. Big curbs in this. Car in front moved out of the way, which I wasn't expecting. The curbs are still weird in this, you know. They're not like AC1 curbs, but why are you braking so hard? Oh my goodness. I had to engine brake there to not hit him. That's close. What are these guys doing? Again, they do that in iRacing. There's a car to your right. You can't come off the track and then turn into the car on your right. Well, you can, because people do it over and over again. It's so dumb. Like, zero awareness. There's heli Corsa in this. You can't just assume the car to your right is going to move out of the way. I'm in the Ferrari. Someone's lost it there. Oh, thank you. Mr. Joe Dynamite has thrown $5 dingles at me. Really appreciate that. Super generous. It'll come up on the stream in a bit. Wow, I wouldn't look at the muscle. It's an awful idea. Thank you very much. This is LFM. Trottle. Well, that is a track that, so this mate does want you to stay within the white lines. No white lining. It looks like the car in front's going to crash, the Lambo and the, is it a Ferrari? Is it two Ferraris? I can't tell. The white car and the blue car. Looks like they're going to crash into each other through the chicane. Oh, they didn't, but they were slow. Belvos, giving me the Belvos vibes. Belvos me up. Oh, he's panicking. He's going slow. There we go. Not sure what happened there. I don't know what he was doing. That was very strange. Well, we need to, after this race, I need to check the lap times of people, and then we'll see how far off. Yeah, LFM means you need you should sign up to Low Fuel Motorsports, and then they have ranked online sessions, like iRacing but with ACC. Well, they probably can't moderate the rookie stuff that well. Hello, Wi-Fi thief. Oh, we're just chilling out though. It's nice and relaxing driving. Yeah, I mean, I'm not into car setups. I just get pre-done setups. I'm not good enough for car setups to really make that much of a difference outside of it being a competitive setup. There's a difference between like an esports setup that will, for like players that are like actually aliens, and that's probably what will be one of the defining things if they win or not. So that's one type of setup. Then you have like what is just a competitive setup for the track, so that if driven reasonably well, you know, it's not the setup's not going to handicap you basically. Well, I don't have a setup. We can find out. I'm just using the aggressive default here. We can really see what effect a setup makes compared to the game default. If anybody can send me a setup for this car at this track so we can be able to see after this race what my lap times are. I feel like we're I'm reasonably getting consistent with the car. My braking's still off. But I still don't have the brake points. I'm not apexing perfectly. Lol. I don't know why he didn't just back off and then follow me through. We'll do some defensive driving here. See if this guy can do a clean overtake on us. What is he doing? Why did he just drive onto the grass? Was he thinking that I was going to go to the right and he would dart right and then dart? People can't cope with like really bog standard defensive driving. It's really weird. It like breaks people's brains. All I'm doing is just holding the inside line. Mate, he's just driven into me. What is he doing? Why can't people drive? What? Like, it's so mental that people cannot drive, like, at all. I was very clearly holding the inside there. Didn't do anything strange. He, like, goes mental and then drives over the curb and then loses it. He drove into the back of me. I have to watch the replay of that. It's so bizarre. No, I didn't do any blocking, anything ambiguous. Literally just staying on the inside, holding the inside line of every corner, because this is like iRacing in that it's very hard to drive anything other than like the optimal line. So if the car's like the width of a bloody train, yeah, the windscreen wipers are animated. I don't know. Maybe it wobbled off. It's not actually a windscreen wiper, it's a piece of T-slot. I'm delivering some T-slot to someone that needs a T-slot for their rig. Fastest T-slot deliverer in the West. You order T-slot, you get it within an hour. I've been stuck on this Watkins Glen roundabout though. Right, where on earth can I get a good setup? This is the crux of this. If we're going to win one of these races, I need a setup. Hello, Alex. How's it going, man? Oh, did you? Thank you. I can't see it. Where did you send it? Oh, okay. See, you're not added as a. Thank you very much. I need to add you as a friend or something. Let him suffer. Thanks for subscribing, Alex. Well, it'll be really interesting. My best lap time is a 1:45.8. It'll be interesting to see how much faster we are with the setup. These guys are battling, really slowing themselves down. I might get 2 extra places here. Christmas time. But I don't mind AMS2. It's just very sliding. Bloody hell, we need sunglasses. I mean, I don't. Most people, I think, will like AMS2. I think the slidiness makes it easy to drive. So it's good. People will think it's really good because it's easy. Which in some ways, that's how Sims should be. Range Sport's a different kind of slidey. So the thing with AMS2 is it has no groove before sliding. It's like always in like what comes across as like an over the limit slide at all times. Whereas Range Sport has bite and then it has slide outside of a bite a bit, but yeah, Range Sport is slidey relative to ACC and AC1 and R Factor 2. Although it's kind of a bit more like R Factor 2. New line. AMS2, it's just AMS2 is not very precise. If you're good at like car handling, car control, AMS2 is just vague. It's like this physics are in slow motion. It's like driving on snow. So it's just not very satisfying if you prefer snappier, faster cars. It's just imprecise, if that makes sense. Like you can't really accuse like ACC and iRacing. I'm not really big fans of them, but the cars are quite responsive. Like they're not sliding around massively. But in iRacing, it's once you go over the limit. MS2, it's almost as if they've like got the wrong grip values and they haven't realised it. Like, if it was twice as grippy, like all round, everything was twice as grippy, then I think it would be much closer to how other sims are. It's like, you know when you adjust, like, you know when you're playing Counter-Strike or something and you turn the gravity to half? That is what MS2's like, but for tyre physics. It's all like if you were to go into AC1 and you put the gravity or the grip, you were to like half it or something. That's what it's like. It makes everything really slow. I know. I can't remember what game it was. There was a game with like realistic physics where you could adjust the physics parameters. It might have been a remote control helicopter game. I think it might have been like Phoenix or something. One of the flight sims. I think it's a remote control flight sim. You could literally choose. You could change gravity and like the aerodynamics and stuff. And when you made it like lower gravity, everything was like slow motion. That's what AMS2's like. Right, let's try setup. Oh, hang on. Let's just see what we did there. Where's the actual times? How do you see your bloody... This UI is still shocking. How do you get the more detailed time? Yeah. Well, you lose like a tenth per 10 litres or something. I can't... Well, I don't know with GT3 cars. What is going on here? Oh, well. Anyway, our lap time. What was our lap time? Oh, this user interface in this game is horrendous. Click on the actual time. What do you mean? Oops. I don't know what you're saying. You don't shy away from politics with your involvement in ESL R1. What do I think about Neil's... I can't say his name. Niox. That's it. I don't know. I've not seen his statement. What was his statement? I chatted with him quite a bit. I quite like him. He's like really... I'm sure we like disagree on a lot of stuff, but he's like really abrupt with what he says. So, what's his statement? I'll have to read it. Right, we'll need to get us up on here, and then we'll get in there. Right, quit this. I think because I think Neil's Niox. When I first I saw him at ESL at the Rensport Summit, and he seemed like moody at me and stuff. But I chatted quite a lot with him last weekend. I think he realises I'm the type of person that likes conversation. So I don't. I get the impression that some people watch live streams and stuff and then think I'm like super arrogant, which I am in some ways, but then they think that if I disagree with someone, that I'm like is separate to me just making an argument. I'm still like, I'm really interested in other people's points and the actual details of their points. I think some people watching live streams don't get that. But then when you talk with people more, they're like, oh yeah, actually you can have an interesting conversation. So I found him all right, actually. I enjoyed talking with him. Renato's not ever said anything to me. Right, let's get this set up on here. I've never had a conversation with Renato, so now you want to see his point. I'm getting this set up on the car here. We can sign up to the next race here. Okay, we'll see. YouTube community post. I don't follow. I'm not following him. Where's this? Message requests. Oh, here we go. Give me a second, guys. Where do setups go in AC? Oh, let's sign up so I don't miss the race. Where do setups go? Is it in documents? Right, just give me a second. Yeah, where do they go? Documents. Assetto Corsa Competizione. I set up. So I have to save. I'll have to save one at the track. Hang on, let's get this on here. I don't know why I closed the sim because you don't need to. Then we'll have a look at this Nils Niox. Whatever's going on with that. Niels, Mr. Housinkveld. Who's Housinkveld? Do you like ACC? I can't remember. You played ACC 2 years ago, better than iRacing, less side than R Factor 2, but a bit stale and sluggish, not exciting. Oh no, now you need to be attacked by everyone. Now you need to be attacked by... But the thing is, Niels, you don't have any credibility in sim racing to make such a statement. So... do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? So really, what you said is... clearly, to come to that conclusion... you're probably using incorrect equipment, or maybe wrong wheel rotation, you know, or I mean, I don't know, Niels. Maybe, I mean, you probably just don't understand simulators and sim racing. You know, you're probably a bit of a novice, because I've not seen you win any LFM races, so you probably don't know what you're talking about when it comes to sims, I would imagine. I mean, who knows? Who knows? He's probably using bad pedals. Yeah, I mean, if I was to think of someone that doesn't understand equipment, yeah, it's probably pedals. Probably a pedal issue, to be honest. Wheel rotation. Have you tried playing sims with a load cell pedal, Niels, by any chance? Right, what's this, Niels? You have to have 5k I rating, otherwise what you say doesn't mean anything. Neil. Yeah, it's your fault. Because you can't come to the conclusion that AC is a bit bland and boring unless you don't know what you're talking about. How do you spell his... Can someone type Niels Niox's name in the chat? I can't write. Hello, Channel VR. I would never guess that that's how you would spell Niox. It's a pretty cool surname though, Niox. Sounds like it's like a science fiction.
I am Supreme Commander Niox, and you will be exterminated.
Right. Where's his channel? I can't find his channel. He's got a BS competition post. Where's his channel? Is his channel called like something else? Oh, AOC Gaming. Everything he's done is for other people. Oh, here we go. I found it. Google was not finding me. Video. Is it on his community tab? Oh, here we go. There's a $100 billion competition, and it's not good news. ESL won the series running Rensport has just announced a mid-season event taking place in Saudi Arabia with 1 million prize pool. Many people. Here we go. Many people. Oh, we got to read it. I'll just read it, guys. Read it live. Hang on, we've got the race starting in a minute as well. Well, I'll read it for you guys. Let's try and zoom this in. Right. There we go. I know what I'm doing. Right. Go back to website. Copy the website. Copy the session. 4 minutes to read this. Okay, here we go. Are we ready? Here we go. Story time with Niels Niox. Oh, that's not worked. There we go. Right. There's a $1 billion sim racing tournament, and it isn't good news. ESLR won the series running Rensport has just announced a mid-season event. But we did that bit. While I agree the amount of money presents a chance for those able to win a portion of it, what are the implications? First, what's going to happen with that million? Most likely it will just vanish in the pockets of a few fast sim racers taking part in the event. Some might have to share it a bit with their teams, and that's likely it. Another interest, though, is that while the prize pool isn't big in comparison to other esports, it still is the biggest in sim racing since the Formula E Road to Vegas a couple of years ago. It highlights how little development there's been overall, and it also painfully showcases that sim racers hardly have a choice to deny the opportunity when it's being presented. All big names of this scene will likely take part as the financial situation in sim racing as a whole is dire enough to not let the chance slip. ESL R1 viewership has been declining over this season and only peaked on Twitch for the major event last weekend, which brings me to the next question. Who and why does someone invest so much money into a sport that nobody really watches? Aside from the prize pool, there is, of course, the entire organisation of the event behind, certainly requiring millions in further investment. With the game not on sale and there not being a title sponsor of the series, there's simply no return on investment. If earning money isn't the goal, what is it then? Let's read the whole thing. It is, of course, matters to look at where the money comes from. ESL was bought by the Savvy Games Group, which is owned by Saudi Arabia's political investment fund, which is de facto run by Mohammed bin Salman. A lot of the investments go into sports washing activities in football, golf, and now esports and sim racing. In my opinion, sim racing has become part of a strategy that aims to adjust the public opinion of the regime in Saudi Arabia through acquiring and financing sport teams and events, real and virtual alike. Further reading, The Guardian. Oh, you can't link to The Guardian, you'll get accused. You can't link to The Guardian, Niels. Oh, no. Oh, you've done it. Even though The Guardian is actually pretty decent, you can't link to it as a source. Should have picked another source. Sim racing cannot benefit from that in the long term. A country misusing the sport for their PR is not an investment. It's simply a cost that can easily be wiped from the balance sheets when interests change. There's no sustainability when the target is not to shape the ecosystem, but to soft force main figures of community to try their luck at winning a share of ridiculous prize pool in an attempt to overshadow negative news from the country. This devalues other events. It's out of touch with the community and puts everyone at risk of being dropped like a hot stone when the wind blows in a different direction. I personally find too many red flags with this whole thing and don't want to be associated with, by any means, with supporting or turning a blind eye on violent criminal regime. I've always been supportive of LGBTQI+, and I probably am not up to date here. And there are many in this community in our town who I call my friends. If going and winning money in a country where they'll be prosecuted is not something I would want to look back on. And this is just one of many issues the country, ranging from death penalty to murder of journalists, generally no free speech or elections, the list goes on. Hence, I cannot and will not take part in the event. Well, that's a complicated one to break down fully, isn't it? Welcome to the political disaster zone. Yeah, well, okay, it gets very... Hang on. We got the race starting here. So, you have multiple issues. You have multiple issues. So, first of all, there's the issue that if you do anything with banks or large business, you are engaging in corrupt finances. So, ethically, it's difficult ethically. If you're going to be like ethically perfect, that becomes a problem. So, like the whole of Formula 1, for example, is a disaster for the environment. Ethically, Formula 1 is massively associated with regimes and corrupt money. You know, and this isn't an argument against what Neil says. This is where you get like the political nuances of stuff. Hang on, just sign up to this session here. Yeah, everything's about money. I'm not. It's you can't make an argument, a defined argument, either way for where does the corruption start and end with a lot of things. Well, so that's a whole political. Like, I think you would have to write a paper on where there will be gradients of ethical stuff. Like, with any activity, you would have to do research to know for sure to what extent are you ethically compromising yourself based on your views. Like, for example, with the ESLR1, is it actually ethically compromising your views? So, for example, with ESLR1 directly, Emery is involved with it. It came along to the opening rounds of it. So, does that now mean that the Saudis are pro-trans or anti-trans? So if, you know, it's the same like with football, for example. If you have like a football match in like a dictatorship that's traditionally mental with certain things, but then when it comes to football, they're not not enforcing that dictatorial or things that are ethically incorrect, has it moved the barometer in a positive direction, or is it purely the sports washing to distract from the negative stuff they're doing? So, paid by the Saudi regime. Well, I've used HSBC as well previously with other businesses, and then I didn't realise at the time, but then HSBC had loads of like corrupt money going through it. In the within a lot of marketing, a lot of British stuff, there's been lots of like Russian money and oligarch money going through various systems. Like the British economy is largely based on hiding dirty money. So even as a citizen of Great Britain, unless you're literally out on the streets protesting it, you're somewhat complicit. So like, to what extent are you complicit, and to what extent do you mention things or don't mention things, and then to what extent should you be mentioning things? It gets, you know what I mean? It's not as like binary clear cut. This is the difficulty with stuff like this when it comes to money, especially. This is why like money can be disconnected from the specific. From its purpose, or what its actual purpose is. Like, you don't know as an end user of the money how directly connected to certain things it is. Yeah, and American government and British government is clearly happy with the general Saudi government. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. Or other governments. Like, there's business relationships, even with Russia now during a bloody war. There's still relationships, financial relationships between institutions. Well, maybe less so now, but like China, I don't know. There'll be countries which are doing absolutely mental shit on one side, and on the other side there'll be partnerships. So like, how do you divide it up? To what extent? I say it's the kind of thing you'd need to really do like a full research paper on. Niels, I don't understand the money thrown at ESLR1 with so few viewers. Well, okay, so the money side of it, the thing is, like, within the context of sim racing, it seems like a lot of money, but within the context of like car industry marketing, and like AAA title marketing, it's not that much money. So let's say ESLR1, a live event that they do with that, the stage, the venue, the staff and everything, it's probably like what, like 3 million, 2 million? It's probably like £1 million or whatever. I don't know what the eventing is. Maybe it's like 1 million. Well, that's how much it costs to run a GT3 team for a year. Well, it's more. It costs more to run a GT3 team for a year. So let's say you're running a low-tier GT3 team. What's the marketing return on that? Well, it's like, yeah, you'll get money from the drivers paying to drive in the GT3 team. So it might tick over. It might be a little bit of profit. But if you were like an investment fund, like many of you maybe, if you're in chat and you're not used to like business, a lot of business stuff. When I was doing like some stuff with games, so when I was doing games development, it was back when like Club Penguin was sold for like 200 million to Disney and stuff. Club Penguin was like a shitty Flash game. It just had users on it, and it was the next meme. So what these like investors are like, they've got so much surplus money. They're like, right, we're gonna bet 5 million, 10 million, 20 million, 50 million. We'll just bet it, and it's like, no, it might not work out. But if we bet correctly, so if ESL 1 and Rensport becomes the de facto esports platform or de facto sim racing platform, well, even if, let's say you spent 50 million on Rensport, game development, ESL R1, all the random bollocks and everything else, let's say that cost 50 million. Well, if you've become the next iRacing, and you've set yourself up as being the de facto simulator and sporting virtual race sport platform, well, 50 million's a bargain if you're looking at 20 years, 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 years into the future. So that's why, like, with Facebook and stuff, like Facebook buying Oculus for, like, I don't know how many million they bought Oculus for, but they're like, well, they expect that to be a de facto platform in perpetuity. So when it comes to then you make a company publicly traded, then the money, because money's just disconnected from reality. So like 1 million sounds like a lot of money, but it really isn't. And then for marketing, think how much of, okay, so if you're an investor and you work in films, how much does a film cost to make? Like 20 million, 50 million? And then they spend twice as much on marketing it. Well, why not do that with games? And yeah, so if you look at like the, I think Neil's mentioned that Road to Vegas thing. With that being like, what was that, a million? And it's like, well, yeah, it didn't really do much to sim racing. Probably didn't pay back directly. But did sim racing really suffer for that? I don't think it really did that much. You know, if you've got good games to play, people will play those good games, ultimately. So I don't think it's an argument for that a big prize events would destroy sim racing. I think sim racing is doing a good job of destroying itself. Niels, the Vegas e-racing R Factor 2 was because they cancelled a real Formula E race and they had some accidental money left. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think a lot of people realise how much money is floating around with actual wealthy people, and how meaningless money is to people that have so much wealth. Like, let's say if you've got £10 million in investments all over the place with dividends being paid out of them, you're going to have like 10, 20, 30,000 pounds a month where you're like, oh, whatever. so you're like, oh, okay, because the money itself at a certain point becomes completely meaningless. Whereas us peasants, where like to me £5 is still like, oh, that's bloody amazing. Like money still has value to me. I think a lot of people don't realise that at a corporate level and then at the ultra wealthy level, money really is literally monopoly money. That is, you know, there's so much money invested that there's so much money that they can play with that they can't lose. That like, there's no way for them to lose. I mean, they might lose that money, but it'll be replaced by the investments. Like if you own like 30 rental properties that are all ticking over, you could like spend your money the worst way possible, but you're still going to have money at the end of the month because your rental properties are going to be paying you. Yeah, it is weird. Yeah, well, there's indie. Yeah. If money, this is a problem with all arts and development and games development. If more money was given to developers for the product, the development of the product, then you probably end up with more better products. I mean, imagine what the race room guys would be able to do, like with their talent. If they were actually given decent development money. You know, imagine what you could try. So yeah, I guess you could argue like esports money goes into the esports rather than the actual core product. But then I guess investors see the potential that esports has more ongoing. So what I'd imagine it is that in real life, people saw how much money Bernie Ecclestone made with TV rights to Formula 1, for example, and at the Formula 1 and everything as a culture. So you can imagine an investor going, hang on a minute, there's an opportunity right now to get in on the ground floor of virtual driving, which does, even though it might not seem like it, it has the potential that virtual driving could effectively, especially with like younger players as things move forwards, be the next sort of big sport in many ways. And so they want to get in on that. They want to be the people that own the Formula 1 of virtual driving. And yeah, it's a gamble, and yeah, it might not work out, but if it paid off, you're talking crazy money. Sim racing esports is DOA. Well, not necessarily. Why? You've just made that up. You don't know. I don't know. You don't know. This is the problem that a lot of people, that they base the future on the past. And if you can't do that, like the people that end up making shitloads of money in the future are people, yeah, they don't watch it now. It's like they don't watch it now. Yeah, before iRacing came out, the Boston Red Sox guy was like, saw that iRacing had a game, doing the oval game, saw that there wasn't anyone else doing anything with the competitive online stuff. They probably saw that there were existing PC games that were subscription based, probably World of Warcraft at the time. They saw like the sales numbers for something like WoW with subscription. WoW literally made billions, and they were like, I wonder if there's space for that within the driving scene. And Skywalk would have gone, well, nobody's making money out of online driving games. But it turns out that that investment originally, which would have been a lot of millions, probably like upwards of 50 million, probably more, that investment has made a lot of money, I'd imagine, with the amount of subscribers they have and with what is effectively a pretty piss poor video game. Esports in sim racing have been around for 20 years. You do know that the sim racing landscape has and motorsport landscape has changed quite drastically over the last 5 or 10 years. You do realise that? So, for some reason, sim races have a real lack of like creativity, which is maybe not a surprise because driving around in circles probably appeals to people that like a very defined specific thing to do and optimize. So this probably explains the entire lack of game design and creativity for the most part in sim racing. It's yeah, Skywalk, your arguments and logic is just... No, I've just explained to you. You can't make a definitive future prediction based off the past. Otherwise, like, nobody would do anything in anything. Like, there's no reason why, there's no objective reason why esports with sim racing couldn't be a really popular thing if done correctly or done in a certain way, or it happens to take off or it's promoted correctly. Sim racing has not had any real promotion. Well, you know, I struggle to see Formula 1 getting popular, but then the problem is, this is something I made the mistake of doing, is people tend to make the mistake of thinking that other people are irrational. But you look at like who would have thought that Drive to Survive would reinvigorate Formula 1 and then make Formula 1 into some like really popular thing, despite the driving being objectively terrible. It's just, you wouldn't think that a Netflix documentary would equal hundreds of millions of dollars for Formula 1. Yeah, or Formula 1 starting to get really popular in America, largely through Drive to Survive and it reaching a wider cultural, more casual viewership. You know, someone could have gone, oh, a Netflix documentary on a sport that's a really dull sport, that's largely controlled by the body that runs the sport. There's no chance that that will have any effect or be popular. Rob Lee J, F1 was pretty niche in certain markets. Everything else on Netflix is rubbish. So like the reason why people are interested in specific sports is arbitrary. It's not the actual activity. Look at ACC is terrible force feedback, terrible physics. GT3 cars are the worst cars pretty much to be racing if your goal is racecraft and skill of driving. iRacing, the tyres literally don't let you drive over the limit. The objective qualities of something do not matter. It's how you promote it, how you embody it, and how you sell it is way more important. That's why people go to McDonald's. Terrible burgers. Convenience, what you need to do, something has to be sold as convenient, accessible, and then with some argument from authority bollocks surrounding it. And that will do for the mass market. People are still buying, like, diamonds. There's no point to diamonds. They are worthless. But people still think, oh, diamonds. Well, for a long period of time. Maybe it's decreasing now, but... Here we go. Let's try this, see if this setup affects things. I mean, look at bloody Dota and League of Legends. They have huge audiences, and those games are terrible. I'm not. Wow! Is a car flipping over? Oh, fucking typical. I'm avoiding it. A car behind drives into me. Great driving, guys. Car behind drove into me. God damn it. How can they not brake? You can avoid the track, you can avoid the cars in front, but you can never avoid the car going into your ass. I think my car's bollocks. Great driving, guys. You and other YouTubers crying? Who's crying about what? I think the back of my car's a little bit broken here. So we'll have to pit. Well, thanks for those guys for driving into me. We were all right then. I say in Sims you can't avoid the car from behind hitting you. Oh no, don't worry. People can't drive in real life either. Did you watch the 24 Hours of Le Mans? Did you even watch that? I wouldn't get with a girl that thought diamonds were a thing worth having. I wouldn't be in a relationship with someone like that. Unless I ironically wanted it, but like if someone genuinely wanted a diamond because the fact that it was expensive, I'd be like, that's not the type of person I'm attracted to. I'd be like, no. Yeah, Le Mans just totally without incident. Oh yeah, I'd have a girlfriend that values cheese. Get in there. Like my family would absolutely rip the shit out of me if I got with a girl that was like superficially into wealth. They wouldn't get on with like any of my family. They would split up with me because we'd go to my parents or my sisters for Christmas or something, and my family would absolutely rip into them. They would be nice to them, but my family would just be like, what the fuck? They'd be like, oh my god. I'm like the least... I'm not interested in objects at all. No one in my family is. My family are like hippies in that regard. Like, because objectively, if you're obsessed with objects, you've failed at life. Like, you've literally got terrible philosophy. You know. Why is that a contradiction, Skywalk? I didn't buy this. No, I get utility out of the equipment. Like, actual... This is why I get butthurt about force feedback, because it's diminishing utility of a device. So, like, you can buy a race car. If you go and use it and get the value out of it, fine. I guess the utility of having a diamond ring is to extract wealth out of your partner because you're insecure and your relationship is based on that. You're missing the point. I don't mind someone having expensive stuff. But I don't need this as well. It's like, it's not important to me. Useful objects aren't worthless. No, you're completely missing the point of what was being said. Yeah, it's you can have pointless things and enjoy pointless things, but basing one's worth and entire personal excitement on objects rather than experiences, or expecting an object to bring joy to you directly, is not going to be a happy way to live. So I don't know why this is hard for people to understand. Yes, that's again Skywalk. If you literally completely straw man what's being said, do you know what? Do you know what? Yeah, well, it's not Buddhism, it's Stoicism, but that is a lot of Buddhism is Stoist. Oh, I need to, is that a blue flag for me? Yeah, it is, but it's not him. Oh, it is him. I'll get out of the way. I couldn't see the colour on the screen. Sorry for being a bit slow there, Mr. Fleming. No, so from my perspective, I am happy with stuff that I have, that I've got through doing YouTube, reviewing simulator stuff. You know, I'm happy with nice equipment, but I don't need it. I'll enjoy the stuff that I've got that's nice, but I'm not like clambering for it or like, you know, it's my self-worth isn't attached to objects as much as possible. Well, that is true. A DD wheel is essential if you want to experience proper force feedback. Well, yeah, no, I really like detailed force feedback in driving simulators. A direct drive wheel gets you detailed force feedback with sims that bother to program it. And so you get good utility out of it. And a nice direct drive wheel can last for like multiple years. So it's not necessarily actually that much of an expensive purchase. Not that it would matter if it was an expensive purchase. It's just you would... for some people... You know, there is a subjective component to it. I've not really driven the new iRacing content. I'll have to give it a go. This race has been a bit of a dud. We'll have to do the next one. I don't know about you guys though. Like for me, the things I absolutely value the most. First of all, it'd be like friends of mine and like them being all right. That's it, like friends and family being healthy. That's at the top of the list. Then like myself being reasonably healthy, like breathing, that's certainly very nice. But outside of stuff like that, I really value having a place to live. I really value having a job I enjoy and like stable income. I've got some savings, so I really value that. Like, it's mental. Been very lucky because I didn't have that for a lot of time. It's my own fault. I was trying to make businesses work. So that because that gets you freedom. So for me, being able to be in a position where I can talk most like freely, I don't really hold myself back. I can make whatever jokes I want. I can be creative, and I've got I can choose what I do with my time. That to me is like absolutely the most valuable thing. In fact, being able to choose what I do with my time has always been my goal in life. Ever since like graduating from university, I would have way less. I lived in like a 2 by 3 meter room. I was less than that. It was like a 1 by 2 meter room because I'd rather have done that than have a nice place to live but not be able to try and make some businesses work. So, you know. But then outside of that, I like walking. I really like grass. Well, I don't always like walking. Sometimes I really don't feel like it. Thank you. Well deserved. The one thing that what I really want that I've not been able to find is a woman, any woman, a woman that's attractive, but also has an absolutely killer sense of humour and can really absolutely take the piss out of me in a humorous way. I've not been able to find that yet. That's the missing link at the moment. There's a German woman out there somewhere. Well, I don't know. I just want them to be able to hate on me in a funny way. Hello, Nick. It's so hard to find people with a really good sense of humour. It's hard to find male friends with a really good sense of humour. Let alone women. Exactly, yeah. Having a woman that you like genuinely attracted to that is hilarious, surely that's the only that's like the top goal in life. No, I mean, don't get me wrong, I've had partners before where I really did I loved them and we like both looked for cared after each other. That was nice, but you know, I want someone to make me feel awful. Short-sighted, no sense of smell. That's what you need. Surely not. Just put a ring on, chat. What happened? Put a sim rig in the sitting room. Oh dear. Front end, front feel. There's loads of women that like sim races. To go. From my experience, I found lots of women actually don't mind sim racing. Less so than if someone was like a Counter-Strike or COD or something. Your now wife was in the sim for one lap on the second date, and I spent her money on the first date. She didn't mind both these things. Did you show her your load cell? Yeah, but you see, is she Dutch? Dutch women are pretty cool, to be honest, from my experience. Dutch have a good sense of humour. This is what I found, like German and Dutch women, and just culturally, I think British people are just miserable. Niels is pretty handsome. Have you guys noticed that Niels Helsingveld looks like... there's that guy on YouTube that does the... he's an American guy and he does videos about ships. He's like... Niels of ships. Have you seen it, guy? Right, you might not know about this. So this Canadian... I think it's Canadian or American. And he works in like a ship museum or something. I don't know. But then he does tours of like ships. Oh, wow, there you go. The bottle of wine. Do you know, really, a bottle of wine is actually a bit shifty. Imagine turning up to a date with, like, literally that's turning up with drugs. I have in my hand, I have enough drugs that would make you lose ability of having self-control. Isn't that weird? It's accepted with alcohol. Can you imagine if you turned up with a little bottle of chloroform? Here's enough chloroform to make you completely unaware of what's happening. Oh no, that would be frowned upon. But a bottle of wine's okay. I always found that strange with alcohol. A bottle of wine and a funnel. Oh boy. We haven't been able to enjoy this setup because the bloody accident at the start of this race. We'll have to watch the replay. No diamonds, no what. Well, I don't drink, do I? They can drink. This is an awkward thing I've noticed. So, having been on quite a few dates, I tell them that I don't drink alcohol. So, like, we'll be at a restaurant or something, and I'm like, I don't drink alcohol, but you're welcome to drink if you want to. I don't mind. You know, but then they don't. They never do. People won't drink if you don't drink. A lot of the time, because I guess they feel like maybe they will be too honest and you won't, and it'll be awkward. I don't know. So then I'm kind of like, well, and then it kind of throws things off for them because a lot of people are quite nervous, or like, do you know what I mean? They're not very. They find it hard to talk unless they've had a drink. So. I've even tried ordering like non-alcoholic beer to make them psychologically feel okay. Well, this is the thing I always say to, like, I don't care what other people do. I used to get people trying to force me to drink a lot, and they're like, well, why don't you drink? And I'm like, well, I don't anymore. There you go. Well, also, I think, like, you shouldn't need to have alcohol, like, if like a date or something. It'd be better not to be drunk. You know. Yeah, that's what I mean, Niels. It is really weird. It's so ingrained, and even within a lot of business as well. It's like, oh, you go out and get drunk, and then there's a culture of, because people are more honest when they're drunk or more open, then it becomes like a bonding experience, which is fine. I understand it, but then it means that if you don't drink, you then lose out on that drunken bonding experience that sort of levels everyone to the same level, which is a shame. Like, personally, I see everyone on the same level anyway. You know, it's just how I am. But yeah, well, I would recommend probably being drunk to watch this channel. It's probably a good idea. Just tell people it makes you excessively violent. Now, to be fair, the last, like, I think once you get older, people don't question things more. So now, if someone says, "Oh, do you drink?" I just say no. In fact, it's been the opposite now. When I've said, "Oh, I don't drink," and I'll make a joke out of it to, like, just to make things, you know, so it's not awkward. And then the other person will be like, "Oh, don't," you know, they'll be like, "Don't worry about it," or you know. You don't need to drink, or nothing wrong with that, you know. So it's gone the opposite way, but definitely like 5-6 years ago, or back in like 2007 and 8 when I was doing other business stuff, people would definitely be like, "Oh, open bar, why don't you have a drink? Get a drink, or let's have a drink, or why are you not drinking?" And that was when I did drink, but sometimes didn't feel like it. I don't think it was necessarily malicious though as well. I think a lot of the time people just are like, oh, it's fun to get drunk or whatever. Yeah, well, it's weird though because like as a child I experienced like, not my parents, but when I was living with a family, their father got drunk and like drove drunk with us in the car, beat his wife. And like I like, it was really messed up. And that was like quite traumatizing. So that's happened for a lot of people. So it's weird for drinking to just be so accepted when I imagine there's lots of people that have experienced really bad situations. And then drinking is always going to be probably quite triggering for them. So it's a strange thing that's just accepted. Yeah, the UK drinking culture is a lot worse than the European drinking culture as well. Generally, like Europeans can get quite drunk without starting fights better than the English. Yeah, alcohol's so expensive as well. Spending a lot of money, Elron, to tolerate people. Yeah. Right, that went well. Great drive there. Right, we're doing the next one. We did not get to really... Oh, fucking hell. Did you have to? I wasn't even on the racing line. What is wrong with these people? Right, let's have a look here. Jesus Christ. Hang on, do I need to return to... Let's have a look. Drinking at bike meets. So what's quite nice though, if you don't drink alcohol, the non-alcoholic beers, like Lucky Saint's really good. Punk AF is a really nice non-alcoholic pale ale. There's a couple like really good ones. They genuinely are nice drinks. So, fortunately, if you like beer, there are some options that actually are passable. Right, here we go. This was so stupid. Right, I need a sandwich or something after this. Starving. If you drink and feel like doing violence, then you have an alcohol problem. Yeah, well, I don't know. Like, some people are just not as in control of themselves, or drink can make them more impulsive. So, yeah, the general culture around drinking in the UK is just not very good. So that doesn't help either. This is literally a car flying through the air. Right, we've gone around here. We're like, okay, we can't go right, can't really do anything, so I've had to get on my brakes. I've gone left. How does he come in? Oh jeez, why's that done that? Like, honestly, how like unaware do you have to be? Here we go. What is this guy doing? He's... What on earth? His full... Look at the road in front, right? Look at the road. At the point he's still full on the throttle. He has such a good view. To be fair, he's in a Bentley. Maybe he thinks he's driving a Volvo. A 90s Volvo, and this would be fine. 90s Volvo would drive through this. Everyone would just get out of the way. I saw a car accident. Well, not the actual accident, the aftermath. A Volvo had pulled out into the road, and a car had hit it. Like, imagine a car exiting a T-junction, and another car at like 40 miles an hour, not too fast, hitting the front of the Volvo because I guess the Volvo didn't see them and drove into them, and the other car didn't avoid. I don't know. Anyway. The Volvo had moved. So imagine that this is the Volvo coming out like this. The Volvo had moved like this angle. It was like that. So it moved like a few degrees to the right, rotated a bit to the right. And it did have like the front of it was like a little bit dented, right? That was the Volvo. The other car, the whole front of the other car was like strewn across the road. I don't think anyone was hurt. That's why I could laugh at it. But like, mental, absolutely mental. Like Volvos were built like absolutely. I think it was like a 90s Volvo as well. Maybe it was a 90s, maybe it was a modern car. Old Volvos were just bricks. You could drive them through a house. I don't know if they're still built like that. They probably have crumple zones and things properly done now. Oh, what on earth? Honestly. There's no reason to stay fully on the throttle there. And then why is his brakes not actually working very well? That's strange. Oh, wow. I might make a sandwich. Let's sign up to the next race. It's been fun streaming there, guys. Appreciate you all hanging out. It's been nice. Generally get a better conversation on YouTube than Twitch. Twitch is funny. Let's have a look at the guy spinning. Twitch is fun. It's different. I think the people on YouTube, we get more old people on here. Twitch is mostly kids. We do have some filthy regs on Twitch. Yeah, I was brought home in a Volvo, I think, when I was born. My first car to ever ride in was a Volvo, an 80s Volvo. I think it was. It had those the square headrests. What is going on there? Look at that. How did he even flip? That's really Oh. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Like, why are they battling so hard? So he's just come out across here. Ah, it's just stupid. Just stupid driving. There's no need. Like, you don't need to squeeze. Neither of them need to squeeze each other. Like, you might as well just stay on the far right. Or stay on the left. Like, this guy's run out. Maybe he thought he was in front. Probably a bit of netcode as well. But yeah, look, then it's tangled with netcode, I think. Oh, what is wrong with people? It's just GT3. It's like, yeah, car skin looks nice though. Elron, I sat in a truck and watched a Ford Orion drive into the front of a truck I was in. He went under. Oh shit! Were they dead? Yeah, that's like messed up, man. That's terrible. That's what worries me about road accidents. There seems like weird accidents that end up being horrendous, and then other times people have crazy accidents and they're totally fine. Right, sign up to another one. Oh, that's nice. That's good. Right. Hang on, what's going on here? And they changed track. Paul Ricard. Oh no, you're joking. Don't want to do Paul Ricard. I just got the setup for this. Why Paul Ricard? Oh, why? Why? Hang on, what's going on here? Why can't I sign up? someone's messaged me. Sorry for the spin, but I couldn't move anywhere. I was almost completely on the grass to avoid you, and you continued to turn in. Oh. Sorry for the crash. It was 100% my fault. Leonard Hogfer. What was that move? Dirty driver. I don't know what's going on here. What? I don't know what's going on here. Oh, that's the old one. I don't know what's going on with the sessions. Why does it say? It says not eligible to race in rookie. GT3. Why? But why not? Am I no longer a rookie license? I am so confused here, guys. Oh no, I'm bronze. I'm bronze. I just got the bronze license. So what do I do now? Yeah, but what can I race? Oh, Coach Dave GT3. Oh, there we go. Here we go. Sign up. So the okay. I've got it. It just I couldn't work it out. I'm a bit slow. Sign me up. There we go. How long are these? 25-minute races. Okay. I didn't understand why it had all the Paul Ricard tracks underneath. Perfect. Right, now I know what's going on. I thought I got another ban or something for like not doing anything. I don't know anymore. Like, I feel like you just get banned at random in this. Upsetting someone for being a YouTuber. I don't know. What's the next GT? They don't change till Wednesdays though, do they? Or is it changed? Does it change on Monday? Oh, Paul Ricard's such a shitty track. Oh no. Oh well. We get to do one more race. At least we're out of rookies. That's nice. I'm going to make a drink and a sandwich or something. Enjoy bicycle shorts. Back in a minute. Well, I'm falling over. Back in a minute. Hello. Oh. Ah. Get some fly spray out in here. It's getting a bit buzzy with all these flies coming in through the window. Bit of a cheese sandwich going on, guys. Get in there. How's everyone doing? No spinach. My spinach has gone off. Hang on, does this mean I can do endurance races now? Lidl's do £3 for like 400 grams of chopped cheese. Hang on, why is that only 11 cars in this race? Oh, people are loading. Fine. Chopped cheese, grated cheese. Grating's just chopping. Grating is just a form of chopping, mate. No, I meant grated. I just used the wrong word. Oh no, cheese beard. Cheese literally looks like melted plastic. Cheese. Cheese chopped, not grated. Name's West. James West. Cheese sandwich chopped, not grated. That's just so stupid. What? That right? If you think about it, that whole James Bond thing, shaken not stirred, is so dumb. Oh, shaken, not stirred. As if that's like something that everyone needs to know. Shaken, not stirred. I mean, the fact that that's just accepted as like a perfectly normal behaviour for an adult. What's your name? Oh, I'm gonna say my surname and my name, and I'm gonna say that I drink my drinks this way. Stupid. It's like, what if you beans on toast? Put the beans on first. Oh, thanks for telling me. Oh, are you supposed to stir it? Why? What's the difference? Right. Cocktails. Cocktails is so pretentious. Like the whole process of cocktails. Oh, we now need to do this laborious task of making a drink. I don't get it. Bars where it takes so long to make the drink that you can't get your drink, so you have to wait ages. I don't get it. Like, if you're at a bar, you should be able to get served quickly. Like, that's the point, right? In fact, the service should be such that you don't even notice the service. Like, that's what a drink or food experience should be. In a restaurant, it should be you're there and you don't really have to even think about it. Like, they should know what, you know, do you know what I mean? And it never is. It's terrible. It's a chore. It's worse than doing it yourself. Yeah, you have to just sit there watching them make an elaborately stupid drink. Also, a bar where you can't get served, but all you want is a bottle. Surely, for the restaurant, pub, bar, or whatever, why not have some kind of like drinks machine built into the bar so that if you're buying a bottle of something and you're going to drink it from the bottle, you just push a button and it comes out, so you don't have to wait. Like, fair enough, if you're getting like a pint, you want it to be like pulled by someone that knows how to pull a pint, or if it's a local country pub or something and you don't know what you want and there's, you know, fine. But if it's a night out and the goal is drinking, why not have it so that you, like, what's this whole queuing thing at bars is it's one of the dumbest things that people have accepted for 20, 30, 40 years. Bars make me so mad. Why do so many people just accept stuff without questioning it? Like, queuing is so bad and people just accept it. Why? Paul Smortons. They drink cocktails where they take. Fair enough. Yeah, like theme parks. How is it fun if you go to a theme park and you have to queue for the rides? How is that fun? Let's gotta go past. Builds anticipation. Right, well, this is the other thing. You can go for a walk in the countryside, and it's very nice. Like, I feel like a lot of like business is about trying to make something, put something behind a paywall, and then market it as if the thing behind the paywall is worth paying for. Like, it's just marketing. Like, because there's so much stuff that's basically free and absolutely amazing. Like walking at the coast, swimming in the sea, walking in general. I don't know, just free stuff. Like walking, like jogging anywhere. Apparently, you put a room and you put some jogging machines in it, and then you can charge a monthly fee for people to do something that they could do it for free outside. But because you put it in a room, it makes it more legit. Weights, you can just do push-ups. Yeah, if it's advertised, exactly. Something That's the ultimate for business, is you find a way to make people want to pay for something that has no value, or like the lowest value possible, and to make people pay as much as possible. I mean, obviously, but like, that's why like fizzy drinks are such a high value industry, because they don't really cost anything to manufacture, really. Or like ethereal things. Hello, Felipe. I find people don't like tap water because the clicking annoys them. Hang on, what was our best lap time without a setup? I don't think they have abandoned R-Factor 2, but they probably will do if the new game sells well. It's what they should have done years ago. I'm happy for it. I quite like R-Factor 2. I mean, it makes me motion sick because they're onboard camera, but I don't mind how it drives. I just don't like the user interface and how they sell the content and everything. So their producer, the new producer at Motorsport Games, is a nice guy, so that's nice. I imagine the team's probably a really talented team as well, so hopefully it does all right. I think what you find, most of the people behind most of the sims, the developers are really nice. Like the guys behind Rennsport are really nice, and Race Room guys are good. Just nice people in general. Oh my god, I need to fly spray, I'm getting bitten. We turned up the realism here. Well, yeah, it's Max Verstappen told everyone to uninstall R-Factor 2, not the new wet game. That's how you beat Max Verstappen, you change the name of the game. Some would say it's a little bit elaborate, but I think it's genius. They outplayed a Formula 1 driver. Okay, I'm still slow, guys. Still slow. Don't worry. It will all come together in this race. For sure. We're not last. Like, I'm not on the racing line there. I'm literally returned to the garage. The quali's finished. Why do people do that? Do you think they're looking at something else? Here we go. Change the name of the game. Yeah, but no one's playing it, the other one. So if they just do ranking in it, that's fine. 42 litres. Ah, it's alright. It's 25 minutes, this race. Oh, so it won't make a difference because I'm... we need 52. I don't know. Well, have I been banned yet? We've got 50, 55 being enough. You look... Oh, that's my normal face. That's my I haven't been sleeping recently face. That's my I need to trim my beard face. It's quite weird having a beard. Weird beard. I can't play R Factor 2. The onboard camera makes me motion sick because the camera wobbles and vibrates. There's no way to turn it off. Even using a mod doesn't fix it. Disgusting. I know we need more games to work like iRacing with the camera. That AMS2 makes me motion sick as well, so the camera in that game's mental. This is all intensity. Here we go. Last to first challenge in the LFM 25-minute Coach Dave Academy. I don't know. We're in the Ferrari, the new Ferrari. I'm ready. I'm ready. Let's see how this goes. Oh, it's not driving to the car in front. Low Presti in front of us. Rolling start. Don't know why what is he doing? What are people doing? What are people doing? They're so unpredictable. Why is this guy jabbing his brake? What are they doing? What on earth is going on? Why can't people drive? Come on, right. Car in the grass. What are they doing? How do these people qualify and then can't drive? Why is he not even taking the chicane? What on earth is going on? Is it because the tyres are cold, so they're like, oh, it's different from what we've learnt with hot lapping? Oh, he's been shackled. Goodbye. And he's out of here. no, they're going into hot lap mode. That is possible. We've all made that mistake. I can't feel anything, no. Got a nice gaggle of cars in front though. What? We're doing what lap times? Oh. There he goes. Make your mind up if you're getting on your brakes or not. People seem to lose it in this like they do in iRacing as well. When they actually do lose it, it's like in really weird locations. I don't know, maybe like they tried to catch the car overly aggressively or something. I see how people slop out in this when the cars go over the limit because they can't hold the slide, so they do these really long laborious slides. What you have to do is get the car into like a preemptive power slide that's for the apex for the corner. It's exactly the same as iRacing, just with different, like the grip is better and the grip returns, but the process is exactly the same. No, I just downshift with the speed that I'm going at. It depends. Like me. They were slow through there. I was like, oh. I was like, I need to brake more, but my car's right over it. Oh, I was really caught off guard by how slow the cars in front were. Oh no, Punty McPuntington behind us. For sure he'll drive into me if I hold the racing line. My rear left is still cooked from the sliding catch we did. Will it ever cool down? Lol. He nearly rammed me through there. I'm not going too slow through there. We're catching with the cars in front. That was so close. I think he missed his brake point. My Viper? My Viper's loving it. The thing is, you can see that you don't go faster by balancing the car better. You go faster by pure apex and pure line. Mega Guitar Hero. I have the Mega line through that. Like the less you drive, the faster you go. Turn off actual driving. Ignore the force feedback. Don't try and balance the car. Also, like iRacing, the throttle, once you've got your trajectory set, oh, shit the bed. Where's he going? Where's he going? I can't see him. There he is. Once you've got your initial trajectory set, you then just use the throttle on the exit of the corner to preemptively know. So, like, you know from practice, preemptively, the X speed through the corner will cause understeer at the end of the corner. So you modulate the throttle in accordance with the history of you knowing that you need to lift off the throttle a few hundred meters before. Rather than choosing between throttle and steering wheel, if that makes sense. Or choosing between pushing the car into the corner more aggressively as you're, or like turning more, or like, you know. Hello, car up the arse again. Why is it sliding out there? We have to overtake this guy. 14th place. T. Hirsch chasing us down. Right, I'm going to keep my car on the inside. Do you think he'll go around the outside and then drive into me? What do you think? I'm thinking yes. Oh no, he didn't. He actually backed out of it. Good driving. Oh, car in front. Bounced over the curbing and then lost it. Again, that's another accident that I don't think would happen in real life like that at all. Oh, what? This is fucked! Oh my god, I did touch the grass, but why did the suspension completely bottom out from that little, what was there, like a ramp there? What on earth? I literally just put a wheel slightly on the grass and the car just went mental. Oh, the suspension is still bollocks in this game. What on earth was that? That was insane. No wonder people are losing it in stupid ways if the car does that. Hello, Mr. Rossen. Oh, ages ago. What on earth was that? My car just exploded. I don't know if we got any damage though. Well, I think they improved the suspensions for like some bumps and stuff, but maybe the grass is just very bumpy there on this track. I don't know. In terms of the 3D model for the game. He's driving into the wall. What? Why are you driving into me? You can't. It blows people's minds when you hold the inside line, and then they're like surprised by someone doing the most logical, the most like basic driving thing that you would expect someone to do is hold the inside line of a corner, and for some reason that causes people to. I don't know. Car in front's mowing the lawn. Maybe. Maybe it's Maybelline. We probably got a bit of damage with that wall contact, so we're struggling for pace. Have you guys ever driven the DTM cars in Race Room? Oh boy, so good. Like those would be way more fun to be doing like races with. In general. They're like Formula, the 2012 DTM. They're kind of like Formula 1, but they're in the shape of a full-size car. They're insane. Yeah, well, the race room has some new force feedback tweaks which are really fun. Again, I'm going to be on the inside. What keep driving into me? At least car contacts in this aren't as brutal as iRacing. Yeah, I think he had a bit of draft, and the car's rowboat in this, so it's alright. Well, my car's got damaged because we're like a second off the pace. I mean, guys, it's such a shame that LFM isn't for the original AC. Bloody hell. Absolute bloody hell. We're that close. That close to having an actual ranking system for AC1 that's got people in it. R-Factor 2 makes me motion sick, and a lot of the cars are a little bit force feedback's not very good. For the limit. No, I don't think they are. I bet you they're doing LFM for AC2. I bet Kunos are like, oh, we'll do LFM. We'll do bada bing, bada boom. Do our multiplayer for us. No, I know it's controversial. So the force feedback in R Factor 2 is over the top. It doesn't actually describe the absolute limit of the car. Because people don't understand. Most of the force feedback you feel in R Factor 2 doesn't correlate to what you need to feel to be able to drive the car at the limit as fast as possible. But it does have like a lot of force feedback detail for suspension, for the tyres flexing and stuff, vibrations and... Yeah, but it's honestly, it's missing a crucial component. It's controversial though, because unfortunately, not everyone is cultured in the land of Assetto. It's not subjective. It literally just doesn't have the detail there. It's objectively missing a component of force feedback. You might like it. Nothing feels as connected as the original AC to what's going on in the game. Forget realism. If you want to feel what a physical object is doing in a video game, X-Plane 11 has really good force feedback as well. The first dirt rally as well. You can everything you need to know. Also, race room as well. Toka, well, you're not feeling the specific component for the limit because it's not there. Maybe it is in some cars, but you'll find that you can go from like under the limit onto it and over it in R Factor 2 without there being a defined specific component to the force feedback to correlate to it. The Radical's a good example of that. But you don't, because it's not there. You're feeling the suspension compression. You can feel it load, and it does get lighter when you go over the limit. And the cars are very controllable at the limit. No, I'm aware of the force feedback that's useful for being... a lot of sim racers they don't know. And the problem is, when they do know, it ruins the other simulators for them. Where's he going? Loads of people have said to me, they've argued with me for ages about ACC and R Factor 2 and stuff and other sims. They've gone on they've completely argued against me, and then 2 years later they go, oh, I finally got force feedback working with AC. I understand what you mean now. They're like, oh, I actually get what you mean now, and it's ruined all this. Like, multiple people have done that. Yeah, I know when you know when you're about to lose the force feed the car in ACC as well. That's not pertinent for feeling where the most optimal limit is for the tyre, for where to hold the car that's going to be the fastest slip through the corner. You notice I haven't crashed once in this, despite, well, we went on the grass, but even then we caught it. With AC1, you can literally use the force feedback to know what is faster or slower. Like, at any point in time, through a corner in AC, you can know if you could be driving that specific line that you happen to be taking, if you could be driving that faster or slower. At any point in time, you can know through the force feedback. The same in a real car. You can feel from the G-forces and the slip. You can know that the line that you happen to take, forget if you're trying to do a hot lap, the fastest lap, whatever, you can know if the current state of the car is the fastest way that you could possibly take that line you're taking. No, Brian, that's just you've just memorized. That's just memorizing different lines and then equating that memory to what's faster and what isn't. So you don't need to play AC1 at all. You can, within 3 corners with a car, you can tell. And same with real cars. You can jump into a car, and you can be like, you drive it over the limit once or twice, and then you're like, oh, it's not being a fanboy. It's objectively more detailed. The actual driving might be less realistic or different or whatever. Same with Race Room. I mean, I don't think Race Room is particularly realistic with its tire model, but the force feedback has more dynamic range to it, lets you know, which gives you more information to drive from. Yeah, you have to go back into like a like piano recital mode with every sim other than AC. And there's some AMS 1's not too bad, and there are cars in R-Factor 2 that are fine. The problem is R-Factor 2 has there's cars that are mental. R-Factor 2 force feedback's objectively more detailed. It is in terms of suspension, for like track bumps, and for tyre flex, and for that tyre wall. But those are all things that really don't tell you exactly where the limit is. So yeah, it does do. R-Factor 2 does do certain things in its force feedback way more detailed than AC1 for sure. But no, not for feeling the limit as it pertains to going faster. And it's probably because AC, I think, derives its force feedback from the contact patch or something. I don't know what's going on. Or maybe it has like some rotational component put in there, or some other quirk of it. I don't know. I'm not saying. I'd say R-Factor 2 probably has like the second best force feedback of the sims out there. Again, you can't feel it to the extent that you can in AC1 in terms of how it relates to lap time. You can feel the limit. You can feel the limit in ACC in the sense that when you drive, and if you turn the wheel too much, the wheel goes light. Or when you're initially going into a corner and you understeer, the force feedback gets light, and the back rotates. In that sense, you can feel the limit, but that's not to a high enough resolution to balance from and to balance the car in the specific amount of slip. You just have to do it from visuals. I like this McLaren wheel, but you know, I've given up. I know what I'm saying. I know what I'm saying is true, and I know that if you actually understand, once you understand this, once you experience the difference between AC and other simulators, right? Once you get it, it will ruin everything. So it's better that you don't know. It's honestly better. It's like if you've never played, let's say if you play even ACC, R-Factor 2, R-Factor 1 or whatever, if you play those games, anytime you play like Forza, Gran Turismo, the F1 titles, you can't help but notice that they're really sluggish and like unresponsive and just like gloopy. It just ruins those games. Like, you can still enjoy Forza and stuff, but you'll always be like, oh, why is the car not precise? Why am I not got the precision there? Yeah, but I don't know how good you are, Brian. You might not be very good at sim racing. Why don't you agree with me? Because you don't know. You can disagree with me, but it's just because you don't know. I'm sorry. Sorry that you know, I can't help you. I know what I'm saying is true. I used to be like, I need to convince people. I don't need to convince people because it will make it worse for them. No, I don't prefer AC. It's more detailed. So I do. Well, I do. You're right. I do prefer it, but it's because it's more detailed. I can't just say everyone's wrong. No, I can say people are wrong that are wrong. And it's not because they don't agree with me. It's because they literally don't know what they're missing. Like, AC, unrealistically or realistically, gives you the most detail out of all the simulators for the tyres, specifically the limit, as it pertains to what to do to drive fast and how much grip you have and how much grip there is to play with. Maybe the only argument you could really make against it is that you could say, oh, it's too much information and that's unrealistic. That's a perfectly valid argument, but well, Toka 2 Freak, what's your I rating, mate? It doesn't give you the same feeling. It gives you, it's different. It's got different force feedback. So does ACC R Factor 2 Race Room. They all have different force feedback. Maybe you need it. So Race Room, R Factor 2 is really over the top in its force feedback. Really like abrupt and it's so obvious it's silly. But it doesn't actually, you'll find. So in R Factor 2, go through a really slow corner with a lot of cars, or especially like Formula cars. So you know, like Mid-Ohio, go over the crest and go through that type of a corner and feel what you feel through the force feedback there. Drive a front-wheel drive car in R Factor 2 and feel how absurd the torque steer is in that simulator. Yeah, you can have your opinion, but I'm just telling you, objectively, it's a fact. It's not a subjective opinion. You might like different sims more or less. It's an objective fact that AC conveys the limit to more detail than other sims. It might be because they've baked in like a fake limit zone, or it's unrealistic, or it has additional force for rotation. But it has, you know, it's a fact. You might not, maybe you can't tell the difference. I don't know. No, again, you're struggling to know what's objective and subjective. Like Ryan's just said, the preference, which sim you happen to like, how it feels, is subjective. The information conveyed from one sim versus another sim is objective. So you might like classical music, someone might like rock music, someone might like dubstep, right? Well, okay, let's take classical piano music versus dubstep. Both are totally fine. You might like one or the other, but it's a fact, it's an objective fact that dubstep will have bass in it that is not in piano music. Like, it has literal frequencies that are not in piano music. As a result, if you've got like a subwoofer or a really like large expensive hi-fi with big bass speakers and a huge amp, you will experience dubstep in a different way to like piano music. That's an objective fact. You might like one or the other, but they have different frequencies. There's different qualities to them. The force feedback from different simulators send a signal out to your wheel. Some have a signal that has more dynamic range to it, or like the left-right is pushed out in a way that tells you what's going on more than others. And some real cars don't have very detailed force feedback, so you might say it's unrealistic. That's fine. Yeah, you could probably empirically measure it with. Well, you will be able to. You'll be able to like. You could probably take the data out of various simulators, plot on the graph what the force feedback does in terms of how it correlates to what the user can feel, and you'll be able to go, oh look, there's specific range of force loading for the tire and the grip, and it's conveyed more through the force feedback in one sim to another. You could prove it. I mean, I actually looked into it, but there's no way to really graph it clearly. But in theory, it should be possible.
Go.
Oh, thank you.
At Gamer Muscle Videos with IR GT Sport, 7 having the largest online presence does Rennsport have an actual chance in the saturated market?
Does Rennsport have a chance in the saturated market? Yeah, I think so. If they market it correctly and also release it on console, I think it can do quite well. Well, exactly, Brian. The fact that you would say that demonstrates to me that you don't know the difference. I mean, what wheel are you using? Honestly, you literally cannot come to the conclusion that ACC has more detailed force feedback for the limit than AC. Like, that's objectively incorrect. So the fact whenever someone says that, it's a demonstration that you've not set it up right with AC, or you're completely unaware of those forces. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, what wheel settings do you use on your DD? It will, honestly, you don't want to know. I'm telling you, it will ruin. Once you dial yourself into that force feedback that you get from AC and how it operates and how you use that to drive at the limit, it ruins everything. It's like when you've driven a real car. When I drove Lee's Toyota Celica, I was like, oh shit. Now I'm like, oh, and I know exactly what a real car, the details you get in a real car. And I was like, oh, I kind of would like that from Sims. So, you know. I know, Brian, tell me what settings you... Okay, right. Not my settings. I watched your video on setting up and it was terrible. Well, you can't follow instructions then. Because if you listen to my video, I actually specifically said the settings that I demonstrated were not the best settings. The settings were how you remove any like filtering so that you can feel whatever's coming out of the sim and then you can add filtering into the wheel afterwards. So your wheel's probably set up terribly and you can't feel it. So, like, just tell me. You probably have more damper or more filtering on your wheel. In which case, you're not going to notice. Which is fine. Some people like that because they think it feels realistic, and in some ways, it does feel realistic having a more damper on your wheel. By the way, I really do appreciate that donation from Pixel Therapy. Thank you so much. I don't know if I called it out. You can feel to your preferences. No, but just tell me what your wheel settings are, because I know, like, I've unfortunately spent too much time messing around with the Fanatec wheel, so I know exactly what your wheel will feel like with the various sims. If you just tell me what your settings are, and then I'll be able to have an idea of why you probably have come to certain conclusions. Well, I don't know what are the Fanalab settings. So, but the default settings from my experience with the Fanatec is because the guy that works at Fanatec that does the settings, who I know, he's a really nice guy. He tends to put more damper on the wheels, more filtering, because that's his preference. So. Yeah, basically on the Fanatec wheel, what you want to do, if you really want to feel exactly the force feedback coming out of a sim, you want to make sure that the FEI is on like 2 and the int is on like 70, FEI is on 2, and then you can add dampener if you turn the force feedback up. But that basically, that gives you the purest feeling from the wheel of the simulator without getting any cogging or any of the like inherent mechanical aspects of the Fanatec wheel, or some of the game signal is so high frequency it's pointless. That feels like toothbrush or something. Don't say that your settings are wrong. Well, no, what I'm saying is, it's quite possible that your settings are blocking. A lot of people put a lot of damper on their wheel. It's quite possible that your settings are making different simulators feel more similar, or is getting in the way of like the actual useful information of the sim. This is a very common thing I've noticed with people's wheel settings, and so they don't notice the crux of the force feedback from each sim. So, you know. Hang on, if you turn off all effects, the wheel feels dead. But what do you mean? So, what do you mean by feels? So, yeah, again, this is what I'm saying. I assume that what you've done is you've added quite a bit of damper to your wheel to make it feel heavier, because you associate that with it feeling realistic, because some real cars do have quite stiff steering innately to them. Yeah. Yeah, well, the settings I've said would make the wheel as light as possible, so I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just saying, like, you literally can't come to the conclusion that ACC has more detailed force feedback for specifically knowing where the limit is. You cannot come to that conclusion unless a wheel is set up incorrectly, or you don't know, like you don't know what to be looking out for with the Assetto. Now, it's whenever we play ACC, John, because I point out that the force feedback's really lacking, and then it upsets fanboys. Like, it upsets fanboys of iRacing when I say the tyre models shit in that. They're, you know. Yeah, not necessarily you, but in general, Brian. Well, I don't really care, but it's like I'm just telling the truth, so. Well, no, the people in AC don't argue when you say in AC, like any normal person, when you say the tyres are shit in iRacing over the limit, they go, "Oh yeah, I've driven a real car. Yeah, it is stupid," and they move on. When you play an AC and you go, the curbs are stupid, and real curbs don't do that, pretty much every AC player, apart from people that are complete idiots, will go, "Oh yeah, that is stupid," and they move on. No, it is the truth, Brian. It's not a subjective thing. You might not have issues with ACC or AMS2, but do you not? Oh, so they might as well just make all the games the same then. You're just incapable of noticing the difference, which is fine. Well, Skywilk, again, you argue with everything. I don't know if you're good at driving. There's lots of people that drive real cars that can't drive, so, you know. I said Donald Trump of drive. Oh, I'm now going to go to force feedback jail. Hang on, that would be boring. They are unique, and that's what makes them fun. But that's bollocks, because that's not what makes them fun. That's just a stupid argument. That's just not true. For a simulator, how is them being unique just think through that logically. How does them being unique equate to them being fun? You're sort of taking the position of, oh, everything is equally valid. Well, in that case, is Gran Turismo equally valid? Is Live for Speed equally valid? Is what about like some really old sim that's, I don't know, what about broken cars in R Factor 1? Brian Boardman, you used to stream Project Cars 2. Well, what is wrong with you? Like, yeah, Project Cars 2 has like really stupid physics, but everyone just agreed. Again, for some reason, apart from the fanboys on the forum, when we play Project Cars 2 and we're like, this Clio Cup is not realistic, and weirdly I happen to have talked with real world champion Clio Cup drivers, and we agree, like, yeah, it's not realistic, it's stupid, but it's good fun. What you're saying is just meaningless. Yeah, they all do something different, but that doesn't necessarily equate to fun, does it? Necessarily. Yeah, they are games. Great. Again, they are all games. What are you saying? What are you saying? Say something. Because they're all games, someone can't say one has more detailed force feedback than another. Is that your argument? Do you realise? You realise that you have to admit yourself that one of the, like, let's say you like one or another differently, right? You like one and not another or something or whatever. It's an objective reality that one of them is going to have more or less realistic physics than another one, right? They're not all equally realistic. And also the force feedback, they're not all equally as, like, detailed. Like, who am I? None of them are absolutely realistic, but you would agree that some are more realistic than others, right? So we'll get you there. I'll walk you through this step by step. Presumably you're playing a driving simulator as opposed to crazy driving on the iPhone. Presumably you're playing a driving simulator because you believe it's probably more realistic and you quite like realistic driving games, right? So you are willing to draw a line that there is such a thing as a more or less realistic driving game. I'd imagine. That would seem pretty reasonable. Now, of all the driving simulators... Now, how do you know? They're using physics. But look, okay, so you agree there are more or less realistic driving simulators, okay? Now, you're going to have to agree that some are going to have more or less realistic force feedback or more or less informative force feedback. That's just, even by accident, that's going to happen. Okay, so we're getting there. Objectively, not subjectively, objectively, there will be a simulator that has more information than its force feedback than another. Well, JW, you're saying Brian just give up. I'm actually really going through things step by step here to really help guide. Skywilk. Let's ban Skywilk. Let's give him a timeout. There we go. Goodbye. The way I'm talking is literally a demonstration not of confirmation bias. But, you know. That's Jadovil. Timeout. Again, they're not arguing with a brick wall. I've gone to quite extensive lengths to explain and give a reasoned position, and the other person's just going, no, you're wrong, no, without saying anything. So that's it, another timeout. That's it, Brian Boardman, timeout. I'm it's just there's people you can't have a conversation with. It's actually pointless. Yeah, like I am wasting my time trying to, like, actually help people. Well, actually no, as I said, it wouldn't help them because if they honestly find out yeah, we said that, Marbek. But that's what we said. I agreed with that. That's why I say that's a perfectly fair argument for someone to say, oh, they don't like detailed force feedback because it's unrealistic from the steering wheel. I totally agree. So that's a perfectly, even though I'd rather not do that myself, I agree. That's a good. It's a perfectly fine logical argument. There's more dynamic range. Well, so again, objectively speaking, probably because of the tire model in iRacing, there's more dynamic range to the force feedback in iRacing than in ACC. But ACC, the cars get stuck over the limit and the tires are sloppy. That's a object again. That's just a fact. You may or may not like it. Fact. It's just a fact. Imagine how do game developers develop a game if you had someone working on the game and you know, they're doing force feedback, they're working on the programming the force feedback, and then the developer goes, oh shit, the force feedback's clipping for no reason or whatever. And then all the player testers, all the QA and all the player testers would just turn around and go, oh, force it's subjective. It's subjective. You don't feel much through the steering wheel. It's subjective. Then they go, oh, okay, well, we'll just stop developing the force feedback. What's the point? It's like it's not. But they keep developing and they go, oh, no, we are actually losing dynamic range from the force feedback because you can see and you can feel it very clearly. But I think iRacing, if they sort the tire model out, I think its force feedback would be quite good. No, I don't really use him, Rusty Russell. I find it makes the force feedback a bit more muted. Last time I looked into it, I think I might do an iRacing race here. I might just jump onto something. Oh, here we go. Virginia International. Oh, no. Is it going to change to a... Oh, no. Summit Point Raceway's coming up. Is it week 13 goes on till Monday night? I don't. The thing is, AC's default force feedback's fine with, and its default cars are fine. They're already way better than other sims, so. It's a bit weird with tweaking AC so much. It's like, well, it's already better than most sims, so. Yeah, I know. I agree with you. Week 13 is a bit silly. What's weird is that they should do for week 13. They should run like more official stuff. I don't know why they don't really. Yeah, well, the thing is though, like, what people always just go, oh, they'll start gaslighting me and saying, oh, you're just stubborn, and it's like, well, I think you get to a point where you've explained a reason, like, so if you explain something and you've given multiple reasons to explain it, and they just keep responding with you're wrong, as opposed to them going, this specific thing, then you're like, well, you're not going to go anywhere with the conversation. going on with the Porsche Cup. I'm going to sign up to this MX-5 race. Why not? To do game capture here, see if this works. On the whole, no, I think so that Kunos have put a lot more in terms of the actual car implementation and car features, traction control, ABS and all those things. The cars in ACC are a lot more developed than the GT3 in AC, but the tyre models, well, it's way more complicated, but it's I don't know, it's just weird. I imagine some of it's probably from Unreal Engine or there's something weird going on. So I'd hope with AC2 that we'll see it'll be quite different, hopefully. What's the point of a DD if the force, you still get more detailed whatever the force feedback is in a game. It's smoother. You can set it up stronger if you like that. You've got more range of adjustment, and with the games that are good, it's a lot better. Yeah, Race Beyond Matter though thought that iRacing was by far the most realistic. I know him, like we've done stuff together in real life. I don't really know where he gets his thinking from. Yeah, he's very anodyne as well. He's very positive. He's a really nice guy in real life. A really nice person. He's not. I don't think he's particularly critical. Oh, nice. Yeah, I can't get the game capture to work here. There we go. Aside from the Porsche and AC, the rest of the cars seem lifeless. The GT3 car. I think GT3 cars are quite dull. I mean, they're pretty lifeless in ACC as well. I think GT3 cars are some of the dullest cars in any sim, to be honest. The GT fad won't be over ever because it's branding. People know what GT3 cars are, and then from a practical sense you can fill a grid up with GT3 cars. So I think I have used a Rusty Russell with that URD car. Yeah, the cars drive fine in R Factor 2. Like, there's nothing really wrong with it, right? Especially like the newer stuff. But it doesn't have as detailed force feedback as AC for the limit. But R Factor 2 is very drivable, so Like, it's very easy to drive. Car's very controllable, unlike iRacing. Like, iRacing, the cars are going from like stuck slide to stuck slide. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure the specifics of AC's tyre model. No, I know. It doesn't. Yeah.
Car 3, just set the fastest lap. 1 minute 25.067.
This has super weird handling. When you go from other sims to iRacing. What on earth?
That was your fastest lap of the session.
I wonder what it would take to convince people that don't think AC has the most detailed force feedback.
Car 9, just set the fastest lap. 1 minute
what would it actually take?
24.809.
AC2. Or maybe for the developer to just say, hello, we've got a real driver, we've done the most realistic force feedback. Okay. Well, then Max Verstappen's already saying it, so...
You've got the fastest lap. Car 3, just set the fastest lap. 1 minute 24.031. Car 9, just set the fastest lap. 1 minute 22.05.
hello. Are you crazy like me?
Algo así, algo así. Shut up.
Emilio, shut up tú.
Creo que hablamos español.
What are they
Sí,
doing?
hermano, hablamos español.
Estoy enterando.
Emilio, my friend, repite que no te he entendido.
Car on your left. Clear on the left.
Otra que de ahí hablamos, voy a dar una vuelta más.
Vale, buena suerte, bro.
Gracias.
Oh, it's just... Oh, it's so bad. I downshifted too fast. I can't take it. I can't take iRacing. Oh dear, it's just... What can you do? Well, I think I might call it a night, to be honest. We got out of the old rookies. Game over. I mean, the next bloody stuff is on Paul Ricard. When's the next like big race? Like the longer races? They have 60 to 90 minutes. Oh, you have to be bronze to do. Do you have to be bronze to do those? I don't stream Rensport at the moment. It's only got like a practice mode in it. It doesn't have any like AI or online. Oh, we've got to do Paul Ricard to get to bronze rank. Oh, God. How do you do that? Hang on, it says I'm bronze. Oh yeah, it says I. Yeah, hang on. Why can't I do those other ones? Oh, not enough safety rating. What's the safety rating from? Just from driving around. Well, my safety rating is 4.7. How does that work? I'm confused. I'm bronze 4.7. And then these other events say you need to be... I don't get it. Why can I not join? Some people can't fully adapt themselves. Yeah, but I think if all games had AC force feedback, they'd realise. Yeah, I guess some people can't learn how to ski or do other sports either. I'm not understanding why in LFM I have bronze 4.7, but I can't join iron servers. Does anybody know why this is the case? Oh, minimum SR5. Okay. I get it now. It's at the top of the screen. But then iron is not... Okay, whatever. Okay. So we're going to have to do, tomorrow, we'll have to do we'll have to do Paul Ricard to get the safety rating up. To then be able to do the Kiami races. Oh man, you need 6.5 safety rating to do... That's stupid. Like we've lost those races that we've done earlier. I didn't crash into anyone at all. Like, I've not done anything wrong. We literally just had drivers ramming us. So stupid. No, I'm not talking about iRacing. I'm talking about LFM. We've been gaining safety rating. It reset the safety rating to 0 when they banned us in February. Almost back to where we were. Yeah. Right. Anyway, thanks for watching, guys. It's been a nice, relaxing stream. It's good fun. It's fun driving. Ooh. Try and have a rest. We'll do some more LFM and we can talk more about wheel rotation because that's what people love. Everyone loves the wheel rotation. The joy of wheel rotation. What more could you have in life? Who doesn't want more wheel rotation time? Well, take care, guys. Thanks for all the donations and support. I appreciate that. Credits.